gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call it coming in, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an inch, man, I'm making. I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goals. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past and you'll see that you've always had it inside is the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. Your will lies deep way under the surface. And like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown. Or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan and I found out that I can execute. If I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom, read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system, I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. Yeah. Your will lies deep way under the surface. And like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface. And like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
by testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
The will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. I got all the voters.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us so worth hearing. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and
and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
No need, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. No need, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Plausible Gaming Counter-Strike series. It is, of course, me on the desk here, joined now with Llama77, as we are looking at our Season 10. I've been here since Season 1, and it's very exciting to see that we've gotten a whole double digits on the board. Llama, how are you feeling today?
Better than ever. And even better because we get to watch some phenomenal Counter-Strike. 4 teams that earn their way to the semifinals, and 3 brand new teams who have never seen a semifinals before joined alongside the defending champions. I mean, nothing is better than that. I'm doing great, but how are you doing?
I'm doing really awesome. Honestly, it's nice to be back on the desk here. Nice to be back on the desk with you. I know we have a long history together way back when we were some rookie casters. And now look at us. Still doing some jobs online. So let's see what we're going to be able to cook up here with this teams that we have in our semi-finals. As PGCS goes, it's a very new day for us, as honestly, I'm very excited to see these teams. As you said, some of these teams we've seen before. You know, we got LFO good guys, and then of course we got Eudaimonia. These guys looking a little clean with their logo, not gonna lie, but let's see if they're clean with their gameplay here, Llama.
Yeah, I mean, the logos are good, but more importantly for LFO good guys, we were talking about the defending champions. This is them. They are the ones that won season number 9 and are looking to defend their title to bring back-to-back championships on home. For Eudaimonia, not the hardest name, surprisingly, to say out of the 4 teams that are going to be participating today, but boy, it's going to be a good one for them to try and fight, especially in these best-of-3s in the semifinals.
Yeah, best-of-3s, currently a lot of maps that have been, you know, where these guys like to be playing on. Counter-Strike 2, definitely you've seen some development from these players throughout their career here at the PGCS. Plausible Gaming definitely giving them an opportunity to play with a lot more of their friends, as we originally started off as a wonderful LFG. Now we've turned into a full-blown tournament organizer, wanting to make sure that we have the best gameplay for these players to really kind of show themselves up in. So with that being said, Plausible Gaming, we're actually kind of upgrading here a little bit. I know that our prize pool is going up by a lot. We're gonna be doubling it from 500 all the way to 1,000 here, Llama. And if you're a player, that's a big incentive to want to keep getting better.
I mean, double the prize pool, more chances for competitive gameplay, especially in this scene where but you could be walking home with that big $1,000 prize pool.
Yeah, season 11 definitely going to be something that you guys want to keep your eyes on. And of course, back to season 10 we go. $500 on the line for this one, and of course, a chance for everyone here to really showcase their skills. Is I've watched a lot of teams over the year here, over a past couple of years, looking at Plausible Gaming really develop into, an LFG turned pro, as we see a lot of very high skilled talent now showing up here. We're looking at some face at level 10s occasionally. We're going at some really solid EU talent. And honestly, I can't be more proud of all the community that has driven around. I mean, we've been here since season 1. So seeing how things are going, I'm really, really happy to see the consistency of Plausible Gaming to be able to put on some CS2 action back to back. But let's start talking about what we can be expecting from these teams here, Llama. As you were talking about in a little bit of the pre-show and a little bit of beforehand, right as we were getting live, Anubis, a little bit of a new map change. Definitely not going to be experiencing, the same level of, the mid aggression that we saw. But honestly, with that map, most of the people love those side lanes. So with that bridge change, I don't think it's going to be too crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because some teams love it. It makes the map, it was already CT-sided, but it's going to make it 100 times more CT-sided, as we've seen from professional gameplay. And, some teams like that. They like to start themselves down, because if you choose the map, you're not choosing the side you start on. So you're probably starting down in a pretty big deficit, but then you can flip it on its head if you have the strategies good enough. It's a pretty big gamble, though, to usually go down 9-3 or 10-2 to start out your T-sided first half. And, that wasn't the only change. We also got Overpass added back into the pool, one of the largest maps in all of Counter-Strike, with one of the biggest and longest lanes through Park. That has added some great excitement, especially for players that do love that AWP.
Yeah, last time Overpass was in the map pool, it was a very high pick rate within the tier 2 and tier 3 communities of Counter-Strike's pro scene. So definitely seeing what we're going to be looking at here at Plausible Gaming. I can assume that maybe some of these players, especially some of the operas I've witnessed in this LFG server, in this community, they love the ability to go in those long sight lines. So very exciting to see if we're going to be seeing that. Of course, we are also looking at some of the, more basic maps, a little bit of a change up for some of these people. I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing less 10-2s, less map sides. I think that at this point in the careers of these players, they should know, even if the map is going to be CT sided, that their gameplay is not. So if you're a T side player, you're going to be able to shut them down. And let's hope that we're not going to be seeing anything a little bit blitzy here. I want to see a full-blown best of 3. We got 2 ahead of us here, so I want to see the most amount of Counter-Strike, because honestly, it's been a while since I saw some really clean moments in CS2.
And the other thing is, it's single elimination, right? There's no losers bracket for today. You lose and you are out. The winners move on to play tomorrow for that grand championship. But maybe if you're a team that lost here today, or if you're a player looking for some of that action again, make sure to check out our season 11. Just as a note, signups are live right now. You can go check out that pinned in the YouTube chat. We've got the registration link live, or you can just go to Faceit and check out the link that way. So many different ways to sign up, but you've got to practice, you've got to get ready, and you've got to get yourself winning some cash.
Absolutely. And hopefully we're going to be seeing some real challenges to the, seasoned veterans of Plausible Gaming. A lot of the time you have the same teams. We kind of talked about LFO Good Boys. They are consistent, showing up and wanting to keep getting the cash. This is their monthly paycheck. All right. They want to keep showing up and grabbing it. So seeing if we can, maybe have another team come in. Maybe if you're watching from home and you say, oh, well, you know what? I can do that. Well, you can. So join the community and figure out exactly who you're going to be bringing with you, and can your 5-stack be able to topple an empire of a lot of reigning champions here. So the championship series, I'm very excited to say that we're going to be hopefully getting this started soon and seeing some really solid gameplays.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, for these two teams, obviously what you have looking in front of you is best of 3 today, and the format gets even more exciting tomorrow with a full and go best of 5. That one, you go back to the last season, season 9, we went the full distance. We went to all 5, and it didn't look like that because we had 2 sweeps in day number 1. So things can change from day to day, and you've always got to be on your A game, but it's a relatively forgiving format with these long maps, long chances to give yourself some opportunities to win.
Yeah, lots of opportunities to win. And of course, If you're not a competitive player, but you still want to find some friends to play with, that's what Plausible Gaming is all about. So make sure you join the LFG and find out what you can do with the main community. But let's also find out what maps we're going to here, Llama, as I think we have the map veto starting.
Here it is. Let's get going here. Already Inferno is going to be the first one taken off the board. It'll be interesting to see how, like you said, what the kind of different picks that these teams are going to be bringing towards the overall day-to-day. There's been some popularity across a lot of different things, but the first two bans I think are the most important. It's how well you've done your research. Inferno, Nuke are both going to be taken off the table.
I'm pretty happy with these two bans. As we've talked about, CT-sided maps, Nuke especially, on a lot of these maps. Teams have been really struggling to get themselves through these choke points, but now with maps like Mirage, you have those longer sight lines. You have the ability to kind of like balance it out. It's all about the pre-show. It's all about the setup that you can do here for this team. As Mirage, smoke heaven. But now, another time, Overpass. We kind of talked about it. It's a map that I'm pretty much thinking we're going to be seeing all weekend here.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a favorite, again, especially of these players that love those long sight lines. I think Mirage is going to really tell us a lot about where this series is going. It's such a coin flip map. It can rely a lot on your ability to retake, especially on the CT side. So for these two teams, if you want a test of the waters, that is the perfect look. Now, Overpass can be one of those swingy maps if you're not entirely there. We've got Train as the finale, so some brand new maps really bringing it in.
Yeah, really solid here to see Train as the decider. Again, though, look at the pretty much standard across the board when we look at LFO and their main pickups here. They really don't want to put themselves in close quarter combat. Obviously, you see the ban on Nuke for the outside position. Definitely some oppers can play there, but they would rather not try to make it so much of secret, so much of ramps gets really flooded here. So honestly, you can kind of see the fear that you have is in these oppers. And now seeing Train as the last map, that's a lot of long sight lines mixed in with the very close, too close for comfort angles that people can be surprising you in. Lots of rat plays happen on Train. So if we do manage to get it to a map number 3, maybe these rat plays can actually end up clutching some rounds. And I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing something interesting, because when I do think of Train, I think of the post-plant scenario, because a lot of the time getting on site isn't the hardest part of that map. It's the retakes that honestly favor CT so heavily that you have to get really aggressive here, Llama. So we could be seeing some very interesting play styles.
And I mean, Train is a fun one to leave as last, right? You get kind of two very different maps to start. You've got that mid-range map, you've got the long-range map, and then you go to Train, and who knows what's going to happen? Because I feel like a lot of teams don't get a lot of Train practice, especially if they're playing a lot of competitive games. It feels like it's almost a secondary thought, and that's exactly what the decider is. So I think the number one key for these two teams is obviously you want to win your own map pick. That's clearly the number one key. But if you can take your opponent's map pick, especially in this cycle, I mean, you could put yourself on such a good platform to try and win the series.
Yeah, and hopefully it does come to a third map series, but knowing that it's LFO good guys, knowing that this is the reigning championship, and they've 2-0'd some people before, and they've also been 2-0'd before. So seeing a little bit of a change around the things, I got to see what they're capable of in this specific map. But having overall the map picks, the bans, what we know about where these players like to find themselves in, the environment they feel comfortable, I'm really going to be looking at that first map pick of Mirage here. Mirage, it's one of those maps that in Counter-Strike's history, especially in CS2 and CSGOs, it's the map that most players are really comfortable on. It feels like the most balanced. You have just an amazing way to lurk. If you're a lurker, you have an amazing way to hold sights if you really know how to just lock that down. And of course, the rotates are super fun to always have an option to fight someone in mid while you're going from A to B. It just feels great. And now looking at these two teams, Mirage, almost a solved map in my opinion. It's going to come down to mechanical difference, and mechanical skill is where people show up for competitive play. So LFO good guys, they've already shown up with how good these guys can aim. I'm really kind of worried here for Eudaimonia.
Yeah, I think this is a tough first map pick, and especially, you mentioned like a solved map. What you have to do very quickly on this map is understand what your opponents are bringing and adapt to it almost immediately. Because if you don't get solved on your side of the map and you start slow, you lose a round or two, it can really snowball out of your control, especially if you're starting on that CT side, which is now even more expensive than it has been in the past. You cannot start this one out slow, and the good guys have been constantly been able to improve, and you even go back not only to their ability to sweep, but their ability to clutch. I mean, they're known to go to those end game scenarios and win because they have the better players.
Absolutely. And also, one thing that I've definitely noticed with LFO good guys and a lot of teams that make it to the finals, if you want to make it to tomorrow's best of 5, you have to have a really solid eco round. You know, being able to pull out a clutch up and just completely change the economy game with a couple deagles has been the main strategy of momentum farming. And if you can farm momentum, you make it to the finals, you make it to a chance at $500, and if it's season 11, you make it to a chance at $1,000. So I'm really hoping that the Deegs are warmed up, that these secondary guns are going to be what they can use to really crutch it out, because the second rifles get in the hands of some of these players, it's not doomsday. The Deagle, better than most guns in any game, it's all about those one taps. So let's get into that game right now and find out how these guys are good with their pistols.
Already in here. Pistol round is how we'll start. Eudaimonia will start on their CT side, as the LFO good guys will start on their T side. Lots of fun here. First to 13. And as we go here, as a reminder, it is a best of 3. So starting here, Zaya Zeeks will just jump down the window looking for the white van kill. They'll get it and immediately get traded.
Yeah, very, very clean shots to trade this out. Now, I do like the position that we're seeing, the split, and a nice clean headshot there from Shydix. And another one could be coming through, but no. Petro getting that pick down, but look at the immediate reposition to keep up this space and hold this cross. But again, it's a little bit of a push-up coming out from Market that just completely shatters the CTs. Beautiful little lurk there. And now, with smokes down, we need to see that bomb plant for some cash, and we need to see if Ultima can really get this.
They'll wait for the plant here. There's a chance to isolate if they can get this first one. Tech9 working in his favor. It's actually just the USB. Damage in the long range, 28% left on one. And just getting the ring around the Rosie, but quickly traded as the LFO good guys get the bomb down and get the round.
Very clean. Now, taking a look at that round, where did that T come from? How did LFO good guys get that complete control of Market? That lurk pushed up mid, that ability to split with your team and make so much space behind it, pretty much crippled Eudaimonia. And now that we're getting into the next round, look at some of the buys. Why do I see a Nova in the hands of Zavascus?
Not sure. Wants to try and go for some crazy play here, and it looks like for Skydox will go right on back to the ladder room and set themselves up with those Deagles. As you mentioned, ever deadly here, especially down through mid when you can use that longer angle. The MAC-10 here from Petro will try and put some damage on through the archway. The constant smokes here coming from Eudaimonia are just disallowing LFO good guys from getting any sort of space. Deagle finds some information on one. Petro finally gets the headshot.
Wow, MAC-10 versus Deeg, but that's a Deeg to the back of the head, taking out Nur. And another one, benches where Petro just jumping and gunning. The MAC-10, apparently one of the best snipers in the game now, as we're even going to see Zen get another one down. And with 2 players remaining versus 4, can we see these Deagles really hit their mark?
Troublesome point is they've got to really wrap this around. Push around from Obu, finds the headshot here, and big plant coming down. Creon will have to do it all just from the spawn side. And that B-bomb site will be the location of the plant. They know the location now, this final player, and Creon is just going to get rushed down with a MAC-10. Petro finds themselves another to add on to the triple kill.
Yeah, very clean there. Triple kill down. LFO good guys able to really just farm some cash. The MAC-10, not only is it a cheap pickup, that SMG is a just new way, new 401k, a beautiful way to just get all of your money for the day. Beautiful from Petro, but now it's rifle versus pseudo rifle. As again, we're seeing the Nova pickup save into the next round, and the MAC-10 in Petro's hand is going to get a little bit of a distance gap from these new rifles.
Big rifles purchased up here, though Eudaimonia has to be careful. If they don't win this round, it could be costly. And Hazer is the first one to be dropped. WNTP finds that first kill, and now they're just going to aggress through Catwalk. The only problem is there's really no control through Nest, so it's all down to Skydox, who has to defend this 1v5 and gets immediately blown to smithereens, and the bomb is down.
Nice spray, and not enough of a transfer there as Nur is able to get Altmer, and now it's just going to be a 2v4. The rotate coming in a little bit late here, going all the way through CT. The question is, are they going to have enough time, or is this just going to have to be an early save early in the game? But wait. Oh, lots of footsteps.
Oh, a knife out. Loses the rifle for it, paid for their sins, and that's an M4 traded away. The LFO good guys still surviving with 3, and they're going to go up 3-0. Eudaimonia just trying to save what rifles they can, and it's going to be 2 of those hero rifles going into the next round because they're overall very poor as a team.
Yeah, very poor, but honestly, what we're looking at LFO good guys is championship behavior. These are the guys who like to come to PGCS and they like to walk away with a couple $100. They want to do that again. You know, 5 players, $500, it just makes sense. But now what we're looking at is UFO or LFO good guys really consistent here. The only thing that I'm looking at is that some of them aren't really playing together. There's a lot of just solo plays. I want to kind of see them even be more consistent here because we could see more of a punish on Eudaimonia if we see that big rush, and we might be getting it.
Through mid here. There's going to try and go for the 1-for-1. We'll get it. Just a big trade down through mid. Oboe finds the big flick. Finds a second off the assist. And Sniper's Nest is absolutely crunched on in. Altameyer, Skydox, the only 2 left to go. And now they have to split up. They have no real site defensive control. And LFO good guys have an infinite choice of where they want to go.
And looking at the money of here, Eudaimonia with an MP7. We're looking at Skydox broke. Altmer knows he's getting pushed on. This is the ending sight, but what? He walks into the molly and without even shooting his gun gets taken out, leaves Skydox in a 1v4 who unfortunately does have an MP7, but wants to try to find a rifle, maybe go for an exit pick up this gun. And is Zen going to allow that to happen?
Zen is a little bit injured. Has to be careful here on this frag into market. Does realize final player. Obviously for Skydox, they've got $0, so anything is better than a pistol in this next round, but they'll back their way off and pop a flash out to give themselves just a little bit more space. LFO good guys. Down to brass tacks for them. They've gotten 4 rounds straight now as they continue to garner more control. They jump to the car, find it down to the benches. Final trade, and Skydox somehow survives, but not for long. It's WNTP that finds the kill, and LFO good guys once again on top.
Yeah, honestly, it was kind of shocking there that, yes, Skydox knew that he was being spotted out, but to just blind flash there with no confirmation of where the enemies are, using up his last piece of utility that could have saved him in that position, definitely a misplay. And now going into this next round, what are these buys? And off in the hands of Ultimer, but Skydox is SMG, but Ultimer shows up. Why? With the first blood immediately.
Big shot, but even bigger push here. The LFO good guys are strangled away from this site, and Petro's going to find one on the other side with Altameyer dead. That gives the good guys a little bit more control, especially through mid, as they're going to smoke off the Sniper's Nest with 90 seconds still left to go. Creon's in a great spot unless they get the wrap through mid.
Yeah, the wrap looking all right. Look at how spread LFO good guys are. This default definitely going to be leaning heavy into the main play style here. The M4A1S, it's a great gun, but when you get rushed by 2 players, is it enough ammo to actually shut them down? The chair fight, not a whole lot of movement, but look, we still got hella time. 1 minute left here, Llama, and we are seeing a slow push up towards the site. And now that util's dropping, look at that minimap. Everyone's starting to rotate.
The good guys have been very silent about this push until now, and a kill from behind. Petro's got the takedown from Connector, and they've got full control this side. It is just Skydox who gets blown up by a headshot, and the op is activated. How many kills can you get with it? The close range, the bomb is being planted, and Zen sends it to the market. Creon gets a double kill before they are put in their grave.
Nice job, Creon. I mean, good damage there, but at the end of the day, their loss bonus is the only thing keeping them having their head above the water when it comes to drowning in debt. Hopefully, we can see Eudaimonia actually picking up 1 round, but LFO good guys, it really has not been close in rounds. You know, we're not looking at a 1v1 to clutch it out. No, we're looking at most of the time a hunt to find that final player. But with Creon getting that double down, now an op in the hands of WNP, this might just be a little bit scary here. And Yep. Spots him out just a little bit.
Pound to Ultimeyer. Just loses the timing there. And LFO Good Guys, I mean, this has been a similarity. They've been able to give themselves positive player scenarios, and walking right into Petro, who was waiting for it, finds another kill. That's a double so far via the headshot. And Serve will have to just defend on the stairways. No real reinforcements here. Full site control. The Good Guys are going quick, and Obo's got another. They've already got the plan. Eudaimonia, what do you even do? Stuck like sardines. A flawless round for LFO Good Guys.
Wow, Obo getting a really solid round there. And Llama, I'm looking at this. It's 6-0, and this is CS2, 6-0. You've pretty much guaranteed lost a half now. This is not going to be an easy game here for Eudaimonia. And honestly, if we are wanting to see Train, we're going to have to see Eudaimonia going on a training arc. They got to play a lot better in the next couple seconds here. Hopefully, we're going to be seeing maybe a tactical timeout, but instead, they just say, F it. We're just holding it down, going for those eco buys, and might be able to get one, but that's all you do. Ultimer, what a snipe from across the site all the way through mid and onto Cat, gets one down, and now Zen getting pushed up, but they know rifles are down Cat. What can we do?
Trying to put somebody in defense of this one. The Good Guys are still yet to get that bomb down. Waiting and biding their time. Now it will go. Zen is going to drop a defensive molly to give themselves some more space as Petro finds the first post-plant kill and makes it back into a 3v3. Solo kills from Petro and Zen so far, and it's that AWP from WNTP that will try and give them some long-range access. Petro has got control of the benches, and for Zen, Ultimeyer gets another. This is still a 2v2. Rifles picked up. Zen's got the second, and a final connector player. Ultimeyer makes it into a 1v1. A fourth of the bomb timer left to go, and no defusal kit, but he's burning. He's pulling. He gets out the deagle and jumps him on the benches. He'll get the kill. He won't get the round, though.
Great movement to try to get him out, but when you're that low, it is going to be another round for LFO. And now, Eudaimonia down 7 rounds, was on a light buy. You know, they didn't really go for one of those, full saves or full forces. They just wanted to get some money, get some damage dealt, and they killed everybody for the first time. This could be the change of the pace for them, because now they're going to have rifles here, Llama. And with rifles in hand, this could be a very different round. And hopefully, Eudaimonia, with that CT side, can lock it in. But LFO Good Guys realizing, oh, we all got taken out there. We could have played that a little bit better. They're actually calling a timeout just to maybe polish up those slight mistakes that they make, even though they're up 7 rounds.
And honestly, interesting for the Good Guys, of course. That round went basically awry. Ultimeyer gets himself a quadra kill, puts himself back on 7-7. The only player who's even close to sniffing a positive kill-death ratio. And it looks like actually Obo may have disconnected, so Good Guys trying to get them back on in. But you mentioned the rifles. For Ultimeyer to be able to get that quadra kill, so much extra money was deposited into their bank account. They're going to go for the double op setup.
Yeah, going in for the setups here. I'm really excited to see if these double ups, especially Ultimeyer, he's been very solid with it. Pretty much the only person consistently getting these kills, needs to now find some value, and the flick is going to take out 0 chunks of damage. I thought that had connected, but no, the PP Bison spray is what's going to run it down, and we are seeing Obu getting Creon with the trade for Nur. It's just everyone's so split up right now, trying to find out any information of what do the CTs have, that they're really struggling to actually get themselves onto site. And there's Ultimer getting a beautiful pick.
I like the control and the op setups that they do have, especially with Ultimeyer in jungle. It gives you so much leeway to play the defense on this site. The question is, though, how far forward do you push? A missed shot from WNTP. They're going to go back at it through the palace, but Sherv is going to use that to be able to take space under scaffolding and right inside the site, playing the close range pixel angle. Good Guys still want to assault. They're going to drop all their utility in. 60 seconds still to go. They could try and rotate this, but they are far too invested. Down the stairs, they get cut down, and already the latter player is dealt with. That's AWP gone. Obo will jump in, getting the kill. 3 to go. It's a 3v2, but they don't have any sightline on jungle.
Nice. Good reposition here. Unfortunately, they know still double up, still a lot of these angles. They have to get close quarter combat if they want to try to punish these guys. We haven't seen many no scopes yet, but the flash from his teammates able to push up, and that's Sven getting one down, but the trade immediately coming out from Eisenhor. This is not going to be easy. As a hazard, he's just going to wall bang. Just going to wall bang the guy, and that means Llama. Eudaimonia is on the map, and LFO good guys, I will be honest here, that was a big misplay. They still had a minute on the clock when they decided to fully commit to this site, and we saw someone trying to go down the ladder with an op in hand. It just was not mechanically gifted. It was a little bit shifted, and now with 1-7 scoreline, I can see Eudaimonia maybe making this a 7-5 if they can keep up this beautiful momentum. And the fact that this immediately happened after a timeout from LFO good guys to work on those fundies, I'm a little bit disappointed.
And especially, like, why are they buying a PP Bison when they've got $13,000 each of their inventories to buy rifles? Those are questions that we will not have answers to, but the good news is they're still up 6. They've guaranteed themselves the half win already. Now it's just how much more can they get. For Eudaimonia, they drop off that second AWP setup, but WNTP, speaking of the Opera, is in a really good spot deep in tunnels.
Yeah, very deep, very pushed up here. Now, I will look at that Palace player. This could be a split of the ages to try to open that up, but being watched out, they do lots of noise mid, and we're not seeing too much aggression quite yet, but the trades finally come through. Nair for Ober, another one down. Sven, so clean at these angles, just being able to punish anyone swinging into his crosshair. And look at that, a dink comes out, 51% down, and we might see some more with Sven holding W, but Creon, being the rat he is able to get the trade, and it's just up to Ultimer.
Just playing that buddy system. I mean, a phenomenal job so far from LFO to garner control here in this round. They're going to rotate it all the way over towards the opposite side here of Ultimeyer to try and get that plant down. I think the one thing they do want to take is this AWP out of their hands, not only because Ultimeyer, the only player who's in the positive in terms of kill death, but also it's an expensive weapon. 1500 saw him, missed him, and he dies a shot through the metal.
Wow. I mean, crazy. Being able to just lose that op so fast, and unfortunately means that LFO good guys keep back their momentum a little bit, and Eudaimonia, now being back on the broke train, needs to really figure out what isn't working here. You know, like, okay, we're very ratty with our playstyle. We're very up close and personal. We like to hold these spots, but the thing is, it's like they're just not getting a lot of trades. Where did your HP go? Did you just get immediately wallbanged?
Looks like it.
5 HP?
5.
Wow.
Yeah. 5 effective HP, but you know what? It's still a body, at least. That's the best news, and the bad news is it's one of your hero rifles. Out of the 5 players available, it's one of your 3 players on your M4. Obviously pick upable in case they do die by a teammate, but there goes Azor, there goes Sherv, and loses that eventual 5 HP. 2 of the big rifles are already dead. Ultimeyer gonna try and swing this, only 20 bullets, and doesn't get to use them effectively. Nur goes on a killing streak, that's a 3K already, and Skydox will not be able to catch the timing.
Unfortunately not, but tries anyways, jumping down, gets a double kill. Skydox back on the board, but left at 11 HP, broke as ever. Does have that AK, but knife out, walking right into Zen, and Zen hears it, Zen sees it, and Zen punishes it. Beautiful round here from LFO yet again. And Eudaimonia, what we're really noticing from them is just a complete lack of taking new angles round after round. They're so readable right now. LFO good guys can just run through mid and assume, okay, there's going to be a player in this cubby, and then they just pre-fire it every time. Now, the hero plays from Skydox can get 2 picks, but we need to see just overall a complete positioning change.
They need to find something, and the problem is LFO good guys also just haven't given them the time of day. These rounds have been fast, they've been accurate, there's been no time to breathe. For Eudaimonia, they'll have to try once again in the box push. Nurse just got the better position off a flash from Zen, doubles him up. Sure will find one back and finds a double kill himself. Hold on, a little 3v3 action here, but look at the space that LFO good guys gain while they lose it. Petro finds the backside kill, trades their body for 1, and we're into just a straight up 2v2.
Yeah, minute 20 on the clock here, and finally we're seeing a very even matchup. And the real question is, can we see the timing of Skydox punish these players, but I think he's made one fatal error, and I think it was the misstep. But will we see them lock it in? And yep, there we go. Zen, again, the king of holding angles, just completely punishing anyone who's unfortunate enough to walk into a crosshair.
And Zen did it all this round. I mean, you talk about that assist on both of the kills at the start of the round, and then sets themselves up well. This is a 2v1, but a great spot for Creon. If they can find the cut down, oh, they're going to take a lot of damage from that nade, down to 59, and it looks like LFO Good Guys sniff him out, and will head towards the other side.
There is a chance that Creon can make this a 1v1 right now, but no, they almost lined up for it, but WNTP is able to read it like a book and shuts it down. 1-10. We talked about double digits being our season 10, and now we're already in double digits here in the first half.
And it's just clean. I mean, from LFO Good Guys, they're microcosms of how they move, how they kill, how they work together there, and their flashes and utility is just perfection. For Eudaimonia, I mean, unfortunately for them, they don't have a ton of money left to go, so yes, they will have rifles, but basically zero utility, and that means Nerd can do the exact same play that happened last round, get an early first blood through mid.
Ooh, very solid there, but the trades, again, consistent trades every time from LFO. Creon able to now take a little bit of an off angle. Perfect. The adaptation to lock this in might make it so they can keep up this damage, but now Skydoc's trying to just keep this angle. They might see one line up. Shoots immediately, but the trigger discipline's not there, so Obo is able to get the trade, and now Creon having to rotate quick, watches as LFO Good Guys in another 2v2 has full control of planting this bomb, but no, Sheriff able to get WNTP with a clean spray through market, is going to try to keep buying some noise as the catwalk player is just watching that cross.
Oh man, good kill there through the wall as well. Obo dies, and Eudaimonia says, nobody beats us 11-1 in a first half. We'll take our second round as they get the defuse, and realistically, for sure, towards the end of that half was starting to light up. A double kill there at the end. They're going to have to do a lot, and I mean a lot of work when they go back to their T side, but you take the small wins where you can get them. Yeah,
you take what you got, 10-2. You know, we've heard over in the other game that Counter-Strike players don't like to admit exists. The 9-3. Now we have a 10-2. I think this is just like, maybe if this was Counter-Strike Global Offensive, a 10-2 scoreline is definitely winnable because you can get it to 10-4 at the end of the game. But now this half is kind of solved. And now I got to see if LFO Good Guys with this three-man stack in mid are going to be able to find the real value here to shut down Eudaimonia. But I'm kind of worried. I'm looking at some interesting plays going for a close quarter Zeus strat.
Dooley's down here, Palace. Petro finds the early headshot. The first blood of the second half goes their way, and they're going to bolster up their defensive position. Zen looking for the surge as Petro does get traded out.
Oh, that's
got it. There's the Zeus, and just gets close range. Did he think he was on his team? He must have had seen him.
Yeah, so what I witnessed there was that they walked into the man's line of sight just to let him know what was about to happen to him.
I mean, just unfair. The VM is crazy. Izar, okay, WNTP is taken down, executed by their own teammate. It's going to be Izar finding double. Almost becomes a clutch, but the Good Guys win it.
That's some interesting tech I haven't seen in a while. Being able to throw your flash through the mid box to flash someone on the other side of it instead of going over. Really solid. But LFO Good Guy, yeah, look at this, walked into his crosshair just to like say hello and then Zeused him to death. Beautiful play. But honestly, 11-2, you've been Zeused. It's the equivalent of getting just shanked. I mean, it doesn't feel great. And now you don't have the buys. We have those deagles in hand. Can we see them get the connective shots?
I think the other tough part, just like being shanked, it's how do you stop the bleeding here for Eudaimonia. These rounds continue to be fast and aggressive. They have no time to breathe, no time to really chat about what they want to do. It is going to be interesting from the Good Guys. Really heavy posture here towards mid. If Eudaimonia pulled the trigger here on this push towards the site with the 3 players on it, could have been easier, but at the moment they've lost both their other players. Shotgun connects, and Obo's got the double from the collateral. LFO Good Guys, map point.
Map point 12-2. 10 round differential here, and looking at it overall, finally Eudaimonia does get a bye. You know, they saved last round. They said, okay, all right, we can give them match point advantage, but what we can't do is lose the game. So now with rifles in hand, 5 AKs and some armor, these guys are actually having a boutique buy for the first time. But look at, they just used up all of their util. They have 1 flash and 2 smokes to take this site, and they are just going to lose 1 player immediately.
Well, that's not too good. Altemeyer finds the triple kill and already puts themselves into a 3v2 position. WNTP, though, strikes him back. 5 HP left to go on Altemeyer, but they've got a beat on this. I think they want to go the other way. Skydox, how's the timing for this one? It looks like Zen is going to listen for those footsteps and we'll hear it, but for Eudaimonia, this should be a free and easy plan. The next question is, how do you defend against the retake?
Honestly, I'm thinking that they're just going to use that grenade to get a free pick onto Ultimar. What I'm really looking at here is, where was the util from Eudaimonia? They just, at the start of the round, lost it all. You know, they didn't really have enough to really execute sites. But with the trades being online and WNTP rotating over to their teammate, half the amount of time left, the bomb is coming in and called it. That's going to be 1 nade down on 1 player, leaving Skydox having to do another hero play.
Bench lineup gets the damage. WNTP does have the defusal kit, but basically just needs to stick it now. Surely you have the ping. He's got the kill. They've got the round and won't die quite yet. Skydox double kills him and does clutch up.
Beautiful. The hero plays from Skydox, pretty much single-handedly taking this game back. Now, the question is, can him and Ultimar be consistent enough to keep this going? It's crazy that we see the sprays trading everyone out, but the problem that I'm looking at is, will we see enough money in the hands of these T players to allow LFO good guys to lose the game potentially? And the answer is no, that's not in their hands, but Izor gets 1, Obo gets another, and another down. Beautifully played, 12-3. Can we see this being the end, or Skydox is alive? Is the hero play online?
You've got to kill Obo here first. I mean, realistically, you've got to clear out jungle. You saw his hand, gets the headshot anyway. Now he's going to try and aggress in jungle. They've got them both. It turns into a 2v2 out of just completely nowhere. Eudaimonia are taking their time to plant this bomb, and that's mostly because, well, they left it back in the spawn side, so they're going to have to put in some work to go grab it for sure. Have already themselves on a little bit of a killing streak, but the health bar of their teammate is not quite good.
Yeah, not ideal. Not the best. Wait. Is that a Negev?
I didn't even notice.
is that an LMG in the good 2026?
He's going to get a kill with it.
Okay. All right, Petro, you did it with the Mac 10. Pull out the Negev for some reason, and now can we see Sherv clutch this up? 30 seconds. Spots, mollies. Oh. Actually dodges all of the util here. Smokes up, walks in. Here's the op shot, gets baited a little bit. The flash comes out through under. And trying to get that height, trying to drop in, gets the spray down, 1 down, 10 seconds remaining. Do they have enough time to go for the plant? But the nade, it connects and they are gone with the op shot.
The counter utility, the inability to strike true at the end, and the LFO good guys realistically were never under threat of losing that map from start to finish. A very clean overall first map for themselves, and again, yoinking your opponent's map pick is ideal for them as they move on to their own in Overpass. I think it's going to be exciting, especially for the long-range prowess they've showed. They've already got themselves a great setup in the series, and now the question is, can they continue it? I mean, Edgy, what'd you see from that map?
Honestly, what I saw from Eudaimonia was a very not great angle for them to constantly be taking these fights that just weren't really winnable. I did see LFO making a lot of punishable mistakes. Like, you can push these players back if you just kind of reposition yourself, play off each other better, and just go for the trades. A lot of the time, they were not able to get the value from one person getting a really solid first blood. So getting into this next round, I'm really hoping that they are going to just reassess the situation, lock in a little bit, and showcase why they made it to semifinals in the first place here, Llama.
They've got a road in front of them. It is not an easy one. And while we set up map number 2, we're going to head to just a short little break. So don't go too far. The Plausible Gaming Championship Series Season 10 will be right back after this.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
The biggest our world gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call it covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PGCS. And of course, it's time for us to get right on into the game for map number 2. We know that this is going to be a little bit more of an intriguing map as it's Overpass, a map back in the map pool, and a map that we need to really showcase and show up with these players. But Llama, after game 1, what are our thoughts?
I mean, the good guys look, well, very good. Very, very good. Their ability to win single-player team fights, their ability to work together is just insane. Eudaimonia, though, saying that they're going to start it off with the first blood of this map. Maybe that's just what they need. Some more first bloods, some more positive player rounds. They've got to find their strategies, especially on such an open map like this.
Yeah. Oh, what a shot. Skyducks there. Being a little rat, able to get Nerd down means, hey, guys, rotate. We got the rotator. We got the person from LFL that was completely locking down B site. So now, can we see them lock it in? Or, sorry, A site. As bomb is going to get planted.
Bomb is down. They've got real good vision control right now from Skydox. They're able to play on this mini truck. And the dualies are going to be able to do a lot of damage for Zen. Ultimeyer comes in, though, and takes down Petro, so no real flank available. Those dualies are the only thing they've got left, and Zen has clutched before, but a 1v4 is definitely a lot to ask, and they are just sending their life off to the scaffolding, and will look for a possible save.
Alrighty. Dualies in hand, pushing up, hearing the footsteps. Wants to just get one pick here for the cash, and will succeed in that. So,
That's a terrible idea.
LFO good guys. Pretty much blitzed map number 1 of Mirage. This is their map pick, if I'm not mistaken. And already they're calling a timeout and asking themselves, okay, what did we do wrong? And Llama, I'm going to ask you the same question. What did they do wrong?
I think they just overswung. And I think this is one of the maps where it feels like there's a small distance between that A and B site, but because it's such a height difference, it's so hard to climb those stairs. So if you overswing and move all your members over to, like they did, the B site in that round, and don't have just even a single player on that other site, it can easily cause you to lose rounds, because especially that A site is so tough to retake without players or vision in that area.
Yeah, I think another big mistake that they did was they over-rotated, thinking, oh, okay, it's overpass. I could just take sewer control. And the second they did that, they gave up so much space. I think that what they really need to do... Another timeout.
Yeah.
Huh. What they really need to do is just play like rats. It's overpass, all right? You got to just sit around these boxes. You got to sit around these angles, especially pistol rounds or rounds like this where you're going in with 5.7s, Deegs, even an SMG in Petro's hand. You kind of want to just allow yourself in these long sight lines to let them walk at you. And if that's possible, if that's what they're going to do, it's definitely doable, definitely winnable. So now, with the round finally starting, let's see if they can adapt after a solid 2 timeouts have been used to really set them on the right path.
Everybody ready to go? Iced out here and taking a moment to breathe before we head on into round number 2. Lots of rifles available here for Eudaimonia. That T side is very cheap, especially if you win that first round, so they've got a decent bit of control. As you mentioned, you've got to make them walk into you, and the Alpha good guys are playing this early fountain push, which can be fruitful, especially if you're playing on an eco round, but the question is, do Eudaimonia fall for this? And the second question is, the LFO good guys don't have any utility to back this up, so immediately, because nobody showed, they're already backing off.
Yeah, backing up. Unfortunate there, and good default around that fight fountain. And Petro, not in a great position, is just going to get swung while trying to flash out his team. And yeah, their team now stuck in sewer line. Needs to really make this work, as the staircase is hot contention zone. And Zen gets one down. Nerd is going to get traded, but the Molly scaring the CTs back. They need to go the long way, and Zen needs to somehow hold it for their team to rotate.
Zen is in the best spot, though. Got that kill, picked up the rifle, and now is in full control of the site. The fast swing, the Ferrari peak works for Multimeyers. They earn themselves the headshot, and it's down to just 2. For the LFO good guys, it's a kill from behind. Creon was waiting as a little rat themselves, and the bomb is officially there. Only a single kill so far this round, and for WNTP, they've got to get 4 of them. They see the head first, get a big spray, and get that kill. Why not? How much more do they have with the 11 HP? They're going to go for the fast swing, and that's where they'll be buried. Ultimeyer double kills, Eudaimonia up to 2.
Yeah, very solid round from Eudaimonia, and now this could be the change-up that this team needs. Hopefully, Eudaimonia will keep up this momentum, especially because LFO good guys forcing that last round are back to being broke and will have to go through the main Counter-Strike finance plan called Loss Bonus and really try to build up their economy back. And hopefully the credit score is going to keep it up, but with 0-2, it is going to be another very aggressive play mid, but will we see them give it up early like they did before?
They're trying to get space onto Fountain with that extra smoke. That'll give them the exact entrance they need. Petro's dead. They're going to jump on top of each other. And do they have the time to run at it? It looks like not. Already a double kill. Make that 3 with a headshot onto Nair. Everybody dies as the Fountain waters are filled with blood. Zen, just a single pistol, and who cares? Because Zen's good enough for back-to-back rounds with kills. But that's where Hyzor finds their 4th insane quadra kill.
Very solid. So getting into this next round, it's now time for the loss bonus to add up, the ops to come out. This is overpass. This is long sight lines. No more are they going to be rushing fountain and playing a lot up close. This is now a completely different team, and LFO Good Guys knows that this is their chance to really bounce back. But what I am going to be concerned about is, of course, how is this op going to hit its mark, as WNTP apparently still wants to take up fountain control, but this time with an op, it's a point and click adventure, but it's a boost spot on top of the slide, and the slip and slide, 2 players are going to fall down and break themselves against their Nurs. And now Nur, with that pick, needs to back up. 2 players remaining. Skydox flashes out, and what a flash from Nur.
Gets the double kill, a perfect flash over the top, and that's one thing about Overpass too. Even though it's such a big map, almost all those walls, you can just toss a flash over, make it easy for your teammates to get there. For the LFO Good Guys, they're searching for this final kill, but I think more than anything, they would really love to go pick up that AWP for their teammate that is now deceased. For Eudaimonia, I think Sherv knows this, so he's going to hover around the fountain area, and we've got a duel in front of us with Zen having the preset angle, but he double takes. He double takes and he dies anyways.
Yeah, great double take there. I'm looking at this 1v3. I think Sherv doesn't want to go for the save now. I think it's definitely winnable. So he's going to commit. They're up rounds and they're up money. There's no reason for them to really worry about saving. They're going to have enough for an op next round. So with 30 seconds left, the Molly cutting them off, I am looking at Petro, who is anchoring B as best as possible, but the A site's now getting pushed in. Sherv, look at the rad spots. You're right. Able to get one. Knows that one's backside. Gets the high ground. Movement diff. But it's the run and gun from Nur, who honestly pretty much soloed that round. Beautiful plays from Nur.
Basically involved in every single kill and gets the LFO Good Guys their first round. What was so special was they got this forward push to start. WNTP did not back off at the right time, but it was those early smokes actually that actually cut Eudaimonia off from that B site, made them rethink where they were going to go, and then Nurs just solo effort, as you mentioned, all through and throughout.
Yeah, so solid. 1-3 here now, as it is going to be a chance at redemption here for LFO. WNTP op back in hand, as you said it, and in a position further back. They're allowing Eudaimonia to try to push into them, and this could be the main play style to really clean it up. But what a lineup for the flash, and that's going to be a punish. Nur and Zen are just so consistent when they play off of each other, and now will we see the consistency keep going?
They're flashing for each other, they're getting kills for each other, protecting each other right now. That's what you want out of a teammate. For the LFO Good Guys, still down by 2, but Sherv could ruin their plans here. Gets the first headshot on Nur. Close range rifle is good enough for damage, but not the kill. As Zen gets their second, actually first of the round, was assisted on that first kill. So Eudaimonia down the stairway will find the equalizer. And we're back into a 3v3.
Well, unfortunate turnaround there. Getting that pickup means that now 3v3 definitely still doable. Lots of lurks, lots of movement, and WNTP has repositioned for that long op and might be able to get one, but oh, where's your HP now? It's just Galil moment. Dinked and done. 30 seconds though. Time is ticking, and Eisenhower knows that one player is incredibly low. They have no nades, so they're not going to be able to finish him off without just getting that body shot down.
They've got the flashes to hold them as well. WNTP could just watch this. Wait for the double. They've got it. The third isn't there quite yet, but the pistol is immediately shut down by Obo, who finds the headshot. The Good Guys survive 3, and they've found their second round in a row.
Yeah. 2 and 3 now. This could be another reversal here. And the loss bonus isn't enough to balance out Eudaimonia, which means advantage-wise, this could very easily be a tied game of 3 and 3. And percentage of chance, the statistic of what is the cleanup here, I'm looking hopefully at a shutdown from Eudaimonia. Maybe we can see them go for like a P250 rush. And I know that sounds crazy in the big old 2026, but it's possible.
WNTP actually loses their life early, so these Deagles finding something and finding that AWP is the highest value target of them all. Petro and Nur finding kills right on back. That AWP is picked up and immediately dropped as Nur finds the double kill. Flash, kill, triple. And Nur's even got the back pedal for a possible quadra kill, but they won't check their backside. Rifle given over. Ultimire's got a chance to try and clutch this up, and they've got a second. They'll immediately be cut down, though. LFO good guys. It was a costly round, but it's a round win nonetheless.
Ultimate getting a beautiful pickup there. Now tying it up, as you said, Llama, but what I'm looking at is the next round here. This was a light buy, Deagles in hand. They did damage to the op, and if you might not notice, it might have to come down to Obo buying him that next gun if we want to see the op back in their hands, unless they saved it. We're good. So let's hope that we're going to be able to find another valuable round, but Nur, honestly, just keeping it up. Walking up, the flash from the teammate. Actually, he gets flashed by his own teammate there.
That was not the best planning on that one. It's that kind of weird right side collision with that wall that you get with that flash. So, unfortunately, they do lose their first. I think the better news is it's not WNTP to die first in this round, so they've still got that AWP, the highest value weapon in their own hands. But Eudaimonia, you talk about them being poor and just the stacking of lost rounds. They have very, very little utility. They're going to have just a couple smokes, a molly here and there, and a single flash to try and get them into sight.
All right. Ooh, WNTP bringing back the aggression, trying to now take some space. That's the thing. This is it feels like a fighting game. You know, they're just going off each other back and forth, tempo farming to see if we can, push a little bit back, push a little bit forward. And now it's Obo able to punish the boost spot. And unfortunately, with 40 seconds remaining, we're going to have to see Eudaimonia really want to lock this down and start committing to something.
Talked about tempo farming. Obo's aura farming at this point, just sitting up top, unfazed here. And with 30 seconds left, I mean, at this point, Eudaimonia might not even want to go for this push. Might be ill-advised. They're going to go for the molly first, try and clear out that pillar player. They have no vision on where anybody is, and they've got no smokes to guide their entryway. But Ultimire still finds one. Obo on the cut down, pulls out the pistol. Zen's got his back, and it's all down to one. Skydox can do nothing but bury themselves a grave. The good guys, 4 straight unanswered rounds.
Just so clean. Now, 4 unanswered, and honestly, another buy is going to be scraped together by Eudaimonia, looking like a hero rifle being a Galil, and of course, the ops in hands. They've given some AKs over. LFO good guys, I think they just kind of were like, hey, here's some false hope. And now, Petro wanting to just shut down any rush coming out of Monster. Again, Nur, very aggro in mid. As long as Nur is good for 2, this is worth it. But WNP going down the staircase, able to actually pick up one. Nur here for it, and another one down, and another one comes up, and boom goes the dynamite as WNTP keeps it real. And there, finally, sure, getting on and might be able to get on site. Just keeps fighting and fighting. And jumping run and gun is what exit. Is that a teabag? Are we BMing? Oh, we're BMing too. Okay. Being champions, not enough for these guys. They also have to be meanie heads.
I mean, to be fair, going 5 rounds straight and winning like that, I think gives you that right. Especially in a map where, by the way, we've only been playing like an hour of Counter-Strike, and LFO are already up 1 map to 0. They've reclaimed the map lead here in map number 2. And I mean, Nur looks better than anybody on the server right now.
Yeah, very solid. Pushing up. A nade? A nade kill? How many times is Ultima going to go down to a HE? That's so many, so many times for them. So here, Sherv, wanting to really lock this in. Again, with Skydox. Skydox not having as much of a hero run as last time.
They do have 2 rifles here. I think that's the good news, and they've got a ton of utility, but boy, you already talk about the op shots in this round. Lands another on the flick. A triple kill goes. Skydox will get something in the form of pieces of broken glass, trying to build back into a picture of a mirror. But all they can see is themselves. Flashed away. Eudaimonia, their hopes on the brink, and with 4 players left alive from the good guys, they'll just run at them. Petro Wars got the kill, and the good guys are undeniable.
Wow. So solid. 6 and 3. Good guys. This is just insane. Look at these shots. Just a headshot just in case. And a flick like this. WNTP, it looks like he's cheating, but I know he's not. I've seen him do it too many times. So now, what is the plan? Eudaimonia back on a bye. Llama, I need to see them not waste this util. They got a hell of a lot of flashes. And if they can flash themselves in, this is a free site.
Absolutely. And especially because the good guys are positioned so far forward into the restrooms that if they can find a pick on either NER or WNTP, it becomes a much easier round. Instead, Eudaimonia is playing very scared, and rightfully so. The good guys have taken Fountain almost every single round, but not this round. They waste a ton just to get control of their own spawn side. Creon will take down NER, and that does make the round much easier, but they've still got to play against this AWP.
NER gone early. I don't think that's going to really matter here. It's all going to come down to getting this Opper gone. And unfortunately, the sightlines, they're afraid to want to have to go Park instead of pushing Fountain. Is so funny that they're worried about the op and this is the angle that they have to take against it. Like, they completely flipped the main play style because of how aggressive of an opper this guy is. And case in point, Punishing's there over in party. Another one, Petro takes out Sherv, and now WNTP needs to keep locking this down as he's assuming properly that it is going to be an A push.
Well, Zaz has to get back in time too. Had Eudaimonia sent that, obviously they didn't have the knowledge. Could have been good, though not get the kill as Zen gets the headshot from Truck. And they're down to just 2 players left. Eudaimonia dying from the headshots of Zen, who's already on a double kill. They won't even get the AWP. WNTP 12 and 5, a double kill to end off the round.
Yeah, double kill. 7 to 3 from a 3 to 0, or sorry, an 0 and 3. LFO good guys, just so consistent in their recovery here. I think Eudaimonia is letting it get to their heads. Like, you guys have proven it's winnable. It's proven that you can beat this team. But is it going to be easy enough? Skydogs. Crazy hero idea. Is not going to get the gun up in time, and NER just gets 2 like that. Just free.
That's what it's been every round, though. I mean, NER is up to 13 kills now, leading the entirety of the lobby. Even on the own lead of the team as well. The good guys, by the way, 7 rounds straight, looking to extend it. Altemeyer just can't find the timing. It will die to WNP shot through the wall. He'll die to the rifle on the other side, but it's quickly turned around. Zen finds a double kill, as they have so many times before it, and the good guys are up to 8.
And a smart play coming out of the end as well. They have so much money that they know, okay, save every AK we can. Just get, we'll just buy an op next round. That's the amount of cushion these guys have right here, where we don't have to worry about saving ops anymore. We just have to worry about keeping the better rifle. And now, getting into this next round, I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing a different play. I think the biggest break between these two teams is the util usage. And I was about to say, finally, we see something interesting here. WNTP punished with a triple nade stack.
That was a lovely prediction. He's played that spot so many times, but Nair is still here off the flash, will die. It's a 3v2 here, and up above the wall. Now they know at least one is here. Petro gets him through the breakable wall. And now this becomes just really weird. It's a 2v2, but is it really? It's kind of 2 1v1s here. As Skydogs will try and go for the battle on the garbage bin, throw out the molly to cut it down. They need reinforcement from their teammate that went to go grab that bomb. Altemeyer still stuck in spawn, but so is Zen, who's rotating back.
Just has to be a little bit patient. Pushing out a bank here is definitely risky. Swings out, gets one over by car, and now it's going to be Altemeyer. Op in hand. 1 smoke is the only piece of utility to get them onto site. Does still have the bomb, and the flick of the wrist makes this very winnable. The call should be Zen is low. And Zen, with only 2 HP, could definitely be running into some issues here.
Theoretically, you could grab a rifle here from Altemeyer if you do know he is literally 2 HP, 1 bullet away. I mean, I guess the AWP shot doesn't matter either way. We'll go for that rifle. So Zen was predicting a re-rotation, but it looks like the prediction will go wrong. As soon as he hears The plant going down should be able to rotate back in, but by that time that he gets there, it's probably too little too late. And here it goes. Post plant here, just a single 1v1 for the final round of the half.
Yep, final round here, and a flank of the ages coming out from Zen. But it's going to be red. No noise made. Inching up. Spots and, yep, 2 HP. You're not surviving even if it's, you know, one wall bang, one tiny little lick of a bullet, you're gone. So, what a round. Honestly, Eudaimonia. The fact that it took them the very last round and a half to figure out how to break this feels a little bit too little too late, especially knowing LFO good guys have a very strong T side.
I mean, they've looked so good. And the other thing is, the good guys are up in terms of the map score. This is their map pick for a reason. They look very good on it. And if they win this map, it's pretty simple. The series is over. Eudaimonia is done for their tournament weekend, and the good guys will lock themselves for the grand finals. This pistol round could really send us a lot of different ways here. As Eudaimonia sending through the stairways, they've got a good little push, but the extra shots are good from Creon. Petro finds a double off of Zen's flash, but it finds itself 4 kills straight for Eudaimonia. All down to WNTP, who has been good on the AWP, but now has just a little pistol. Finds the first, needs 2 more.
Yeah, very solid there from WNTP. Now, the problem that I'm looking at here is going to be getting them back online and hopefully isolating these 1v1s. As long as this team doesn't group up too much, you're able to punish them all right. But walking up long, I like the double up, I like the group up. Eudaimonia has proven that they're very solid on these early pistol rounds on overpass. They've already managed to win one side, but WNTP does have that P250, could just shut them down.
And I think they've lost him. I mean, they have no real information finally gaining it as WNTP puts a bullet to the dome. Full hundreds on either side, and it comes down to a 1v1 to decide the first pistol round of the second half. For sure, you definitely can work off some of those longer angles right around the restrooms right here. But both players, again, still questioning where each other has gone. Other thing is, the plant didn't go down. It doesn't matter. We'll go into a duel, and it's a clutch triple kill. The good guys win again.
That's just crazy. I mean, honestly, what a round here, coming out with the beautiful shots to set this up and to lock down Eudaimonia's attempt at coming back. LFO good guys winning that. Look at their buy. Double AK round 2. 3 Mac 10s to farm some cash. Overall, I don't really see any disappointment from these guys. I think they're very capable of locking this in.
Especially in a round like this one for Eudaimonia, it's just what damage can you do? What players can you find? Can you get any sort of rifle in your favor? Right now, the good guys with just so much patience, control of their own spawn side, they'll play through the playground. Nair, their playground right here as they find a headshot. Deletes the dome, and Skydox will be sent straight on home. 90 seconds still left to go, and Eudaimonia now has to play defensive and get back to those sites.
Yeah. Pretty concerning here. So, what's the strat? What is the play? What's the game plan for them today? Let's hope that they're going to be able to just lock this down, shut it up, and be able to really hold their own. I am looking at Nair, wanting to just break this through. Look at his positioning. Still going monster, still going water, wanting to now just break around and hopefully get rid of the only SMG that this team is capable of holding.
Creon is down to 5 HP. That could be a difference maker and is now dead. Nair already finding himself a double kill. Sherv will find nothing as the assist goes in from Nerva. Petro gets the kill. Down to just 2. Trying to bait out some of these deagle shots and working on the defensive side. Will get that bomb planted down. Obo's got yet another. And although the damage was quite good this round, it is all down to Ihezor, who has to do everything. Does find a little bit of a deagle kill, but will die. So 4 players survive. One of the best results that the good guys could ask for.
Yeah, and not being able to save the Galil doesn't really matter because they know that Nair just wants to go for a bigger rifle here. We're looking at Oboe and everybody getting those Mac 10 kills at the end. They're farming up some cash, and welcome back again to double digits on the board here. Over double the score as well. Not going to be easy for Eudaimonia, but this is their rifle round with their double SMGs to try to farm some cash. It's time that they really lock this in, and sure, aggressive, wanting to now just take that mid control. Oh, he's getting very distracted.
It's a weird little flip of the sides. They're just kind of playing for each other. And for Skydox, I like this overlook because it gives you a lot of information, but they're using so much of their early utility from Eudaimonia's side. They're only down to 2 smokes. Skydox does find that headshot, but Nair is right back to it. They're killing ways. Find them one. They've got information on a second as well.
Solid. Very solid pickup there from Skydox. Good boost spot, good team play. But is it going to be enough? Because you do take out Petro, but Nur's 18 and 12. Maybe focus on this guy because WNTP's right behind you. And there we go. Double down. And now time for a site plant. As the teams rotated through, you still have some players over on A, actually, wanting to just keep that lurk up and maybe find some emergency flanks. As Ultimer is able to get one down, I'm, again, very concerned that A is free and the CTs have again over-rotated.
Oboe is the one with the bomb, so could get this plant, but does recognize that the rotation could already be there, so just sets himself up in the bank. The mole is ready to be assaulted. Skydox reveals the rifle barrel first, and the headshot comes in. Altamira will get that kill back. Bomb is dropped on the ground. That's a benefit now, or rather, it was traded away to WNTP, who gets that plant on the other site, so it's actually Altamira just running into 2, and WNTP has got their name, a triple kill in the round. The good guys take down really the only chance that Eudaimonia had in a rifle round.
Yeah, taking down the only chance, shutting it up and shutting it down yet again with some very solid plays. So the real question I am going to be looking at here is, can Eudaimonia get back on the board enough, or will LFO good guys completely shut this down? I'm looking hopefully at Eudaimonia bringing us to map 3 of Train. I want to see some Train, but I'm happy we're on Overpass.
I am too. This is a really good map pool, and I hope we get some of the similar maps going into our second series of the day. That's the good shout out. We've got another semifinal matchup right after this one, another best of 3 to decide who is going to play the winner of this series right here. Of course, that big prize pool is doubling up for our next season, $1,000 dues for season 11. So if you haven't signed up already, get yourself in.
Pushing it up. A little bit aggro here, and they hear it. The flash, the team flash. Beautiful work there from Skydox, being able to get Ner gone. And now it's just off of the playstyle of them. Can we see more of these players out of the game? But no. Petra getting 1, getting 2, just running around, dry swinging, and getting so much value. That's the power of having a weapon advantage and the power of being Petro. With 1 left, can we see Eudaimonia able to clutch this and stop match advantage?
I mean, at the base, it's a 3v2, but the weapon advantage is so harsh here. You'd love to pick up something. You'd love to do damage that would cause maybe Petro to not be able to buy next round. But at this point, realistically, no kits in inventory, playing together, just looking for some sort of dual stack hop up, and early damage from Zen. Oboe's actually the one to get the kill. The Deagle, the only thing left, and Zen, 1 single bullet is all it takes. The good guys are on series point.
That's just insane. I mean, Eudaimonia, yes, beautiful start with the flash and the double, but then they get so aggro that they get punished again, trying to take over the space. But here's the thing, when you're up players, you automatically have more space. You're doing really well in just being able to play off of each other and trade each other out. And now it's going to have to come down to those ops and rifles. Ultimer, very consistent matchup today, very positive, but will it be enough? Flashes are out, and there's Sherv getting 1 down. Util wants to be popping again, and the flash is out. But what is this? Ultimer saves him by swinging out of showers. Beautiful play. Can we see another pickup here? Sherv getting Oboe. Petro gets the trade. Now only 2 players are remaining here, and they can end the game.
It's got to be a clutch, though. Not the most HP on Petro left to go either, so you've got to really find a spearheaded angle, and it's right through WNTP, who finds the first headshot. Still healthy on the bar. Altemeyer going to play defensive at the moment with that AWP, lands off the flash from Creon, and now needs some reinforcements, swinging it on a Ferrari. Petro's got their second kill of the round, and put down into just a 1v2. Lots of time left to go. Petro doesn't have an infinite amount of health, but what they do have is utility. A flash, a smoke, a nade, none of it will matter as Creon finds their first, and Eudaimonia survives.
Very solid. Eudaimonia is still alive. They took a lot of damage, but the team that they're going up against is a little bit broke. Zen, for some reason, has a sawed-off shotgun. I don't know why I saw that for a second. Hopefully, we're not watching that be the actual play here, but Eudaimonia, very solid mechanical skill here in this round to just keep up this damage, but 5 to 12, not ideal. And Sven is going with a shotgun. The Nova wanting to break out through.
I mean, Eudaimonia, they've got to play near perfect. And with Zen right in your face, right down your alleyway, you've got to be making sure you play safe here more than anything. They can't play near perfect. They've got to play literally perfect from here on out. 7 rounds straight to even get themselves to overtime as they pass as ships in the night.
Let's see if these ships are going to eventually sink, though. This could be the last round if we see a punish from Nur. And we will. One more down. Jerv gone. You have an op in the hands of Ultimer. Spots out one, and what a shot. Being able to trade it out, though. Nur on that lurk. This guy is just carrying. And now, does it again. That is completely free A site. The flashes are going to scare away the CTs, but up on top of the dumpster, they're able to maybe find something, but no, they can't. Another pick from WNTP, and Creon, 1v4, able to hold it down and bank. And another one. He ain't getting robbed yet. Just has to keep going. The jumping no-scopes are what's happening here. They're kind of hinting. They're allowing him to be alive, but wait, the flank, he's knifed! He's done! No way! LFO good guys playing evil with the knife in the back.
That's insane. They've been BMing the entirety of this series, but they find a way to end it off the only way they know how, with Nur getting a triple kill and then a knife in the back to finalize it. I mean, there's a reason. This team is the defending champion, and they're going to go back to the championship again on Championship Sunday tomorrow to play in the best of 5 to try and win again.
Wow. Well, best of 5 definitely seems like a long time, so they want to just 3-0 it. They don't want to get reversed here. So getting into this game, it's going to be very interesting to see what these guys are going to be capable of, but we need to find out who is their opponent. So we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we get back, it is going to be our second semifinal of the day to find out who's going to be able to take it. DNK versus El Sprizdos. Polish.
But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct, and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing, put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you've always had it inside. Is the key to make the most of this life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing, yeah. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing, like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
Realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. bolder.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love to race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they looking see-through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight on there. Yeah, I got a different motive, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing. No, I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motive, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah,
Let's go.
new year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be, put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is that believe. I'm gon' make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you can do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just
just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PGCS semifinals here at Season 10. My name is Edu. If you're joining us for our second matchup, joined with, of course, the wonderful Llama77. And it's now time to see a new team up against a new team to see where we want to go up against our championship, our champions that have previously kept going. LFO Good Boys, they're waiting for whoever comes next. So, Llama, what do we got on the docket? Which two teams do we think are going to be able to really showcase us in our second semifinal?
Well, these are two brand new teams who have not made it to a semifinal before. On the one side, we've got DNK, and on the other side, it's El Spurzadajos, I guess is what we're going to go with. You said it, it's a completely different language and probably one we are going to butcher all throughout the day today.
Most likely. So, to all of you guys currently watching who speak Polish and understand that language, I apologize profusely. So with that being said, though, knowing these guys are here to sell some stuff, to show us some gameplay, I want to see if DNK is going to be coming in with their clean logo and their clean gameplay, or are we going to be seeing a new form of these two teams battling it out? Now, of course, Llama, what we've witnessed from both of these sides, from both of these teams, is very interesting in the development of it. You know, they came to the PG, they came to Plausible Gaming. They're looking for some games. They're looking for some money. They want to see that $500. And of course, they also want to see it be doubled for next season. They want to be looking at that $1,000 prize pool. So showing up in Season 10 will really get them a good head start in knowing their competition for Season 11. That double of money. So honestly, I'm really excited to see some new faces here, and hopefully we could see your guys' faces to fight for this $1,000.
If you want to sign up, we've got the link both pinned in the YouTube and Twitch chat. You can also check it out in the YouTube description if you're watching this one back on replay. The tournament dates are already set from the 12th to the 15th of March, and you can get your chance to win that share of better prize pool. And you know, get involved in the community. We always talk about how everybody starts somewhere. Find your 5-stack and improve. The LFO Good Guys didn't start as being a championship team straight out of the gate. They had to improve over the course of time. So get in there, start learning, and join one of the best Counter-Strike communities in the entirety of the world.
Yeah, in the whole world, these guys are ready and rearing. And of course, knowing what we have with this team, with these players, I need to see who's going to be ready for that best of 5 in Season 10 today and tomorrow. And if you guys are currently watching and you want to see your teams continue on, no matter what happens, make sure you drop a follow on our Twitch, YouTube, and I believe our Instagram and Twitter, our X, is rebrands, is always ready for you guys to drop a follow. And of course, let's hope that we can get into this game, maybe see some picks and bans soon, maybe find out what kind of maps we were on, because we've witnessed that Overpass is a very interesting map to see nowadays. I mean, Opper's playing up in Fountain, you got triple nade stacks, you got a lot of interesting things that make this game go around. So I gotta ask Llama, what maps do you really want to be seeing from our second best of 3 of the day?
I would really love to see some more Overpass. I think it's just a fun map in general with all of its open sight lines, as we saw through that first series, the ability to help out your team by just flashing straight over the wall towards your side. And although it's a very open map, it's a very like small and precise map, so you can find all those different looks. But realistically, I also want to find some new maps. I would love to see something like a Dust 2 that has the similar sort of vibes of those longer sight lines, but has just the duel down mid, which is decided by the start of the round by a guarantee of those AWP duels. And for some of these teams, when you talk about going into comfortability pieces, I want to see all those maps, but also for these teams, they want to see wins, because we saw in that first series that the reason LFO Good Guys was able to take that series was they took their opponent's map pick by complete force, by the way, and then took their own with ease.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, looking at the way that this team has been going in, it's going to be very difficult to be an approaching team, a contender to them. So I'm really looking forward to the second semifinals to see maybe if DNK, maybe if the Sellers are able to really lock this in. But I gotta see them pop off, because to be honest with you, with the way that we're looking at LFO, they don't respect people when after they've taken their 5th round. You know, they start Zeusing, they start knifing, they start teabagging, and that respect has to be earned. And unfortunately, the only way to show it is to compete. So now let's see if these guys are going to be able to get their ownership, get this game going, and hopefully see what the main strategy is here. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited for this one. Llama, I gotta ask, one thing that we've noticed with those last few games is the way the economy is working in Counter-Strike. We're seeing a lot of interesting buys. We saw a couple Negevs, and we saw a couple Novas and Sawed-Offs and Zeuses. Do we think that that was LFO kind of trolling, or is that just the meta to try to curve around the economy now?
I think it was a little bit of trolling, but it was kind of funny. 2 patches ago, they actually updated a little bit of the economy and made it a little bit more expensive on that CT side. So overall, it's tougher even to buy some of those lesser weapons, including those SMGs. So sometimes you are doing a little bit of trolling, but buying a Nova or something of the sorts is a real strategy to try and save just a couple extra dollars to maybe get towards that full buy margin. And for a lot of these teams, that could make the difference down the line, because economy, as we know, just snowballs into a big avalanche.
Yeah, and speaking of the economy, one thing that we didn't get to see at all on Mirage or Overpass that I would anticipate that we're going to be looking at more frequently is the rush of Tech 9s. Arguably cheaper than the Deagle, and better for just rushing onto sites just to get the bomb plant for extra cash. But most of the time, these players are opting for Deags, and that is a little bit more expensive, to be honest. If you don't get the kill, if you don't get the confirmation cash, you're not really going to be having a good time. So overall, I'm looking at this team and seeing, okay, how do these players know what to do with the money at hand? Because a lot of the time, even LFO suffered from this, is the staggered buy. They got 3 rounds taken against them early just because they didn't know, which weapons to bring into the fight. And now getting into this next game, getting into this next set, I'm thinking that we are going to be seeing a very similar problem, unless we're on different maps entirely. I really want to see us on Ancient. Genuinely, I think Ancient would be a map that changes how things are played. That mid control is very, very prominent.
I think it's a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of different map options, but let's take a look at some of the replays from our first series. The entirety of that best of 3 was just decided by the good guys, their speed, and talk about how well-rounded of a team they are. I mean, we started with Petro really popping off. Petro had a slower map number 2, where you look at somebody like Zen or Nur, who had a slower start to map number 1. They were the guys that were popping off going into map 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the number one thing about a team is its overall consistency, not its individual player consistency. Having a star player consistently drop 20 to 30 frags every single set or every single map isn't reliable. You want to be able to balance out who's going to be IGLing, who's going to be like really locking this in, because at the end of the day, burnout is going to be the big problem tomorrow. It's a best of 5. So taking a look at the way that this team was able to bounce around and do multiple different, hero plays definitely showcases that they are a well-rounded roster. And with that roster wanting to keep it going, the questions that we now fall into our new team is going to be, how well-rounded is happening, or how well-rounded are these new players? Are these new teams that are going to go up against LFO? Because if Nur's able to drop 20, you're going to have to drop 25. So
absolutely. I mean, you've got to be well-rounded, and let's see how well-rounded the map veto looks for these two teams and what maps we're truly going to be going into for our second best of 3 of the day. As a reminder, a spot in the championship on the line. You lose and you are done. You win. You are in Championship Sunday, which will be starting tomorrow at exactly the same time as today. You will not want to miss it, but Inferno and Mirage are going to be missing from the map pool.
yeah. Ooh, Ancient. There we go. I kind of called that. I wanted to see an ancient map, and I get to see an ancient map. Very nice for us. Now, banning Mirage, banning Inferno, pretty standard. You know, we don't want to have people too comfortable. And Inferno is a map that people are too comfortable on. Mirage is a map that people are too comfortable on. So it's understandable. A pick coming out here from the sellers. And of course, it's going to be a seller's attack start. So T side. And now let's see if they're going to be able to really set this up, as DNK still contemplating what is the next pickup here. Hopefully it's going to be something happy for them.
And that's the hope, right? Something good, especially in this first round rotation. You have to win your first map pick. I mean, we saw how detrimental it can be going, and we are going to get a train as a guarantee. It is the second map we will play. That is going to really toss things up in the air.
I think that they're definitely going to lean towards an overpass decider here, just based on these two maps. And also, train is not in the current map pool. So it's actually going to be Anubis instead of train. So we're running with the map that has the new bridge update. And that's pretty good. And a decider of Dust 2. It's not overpass. Dust 2. We're going back to, wait, train. If you look at Ancient as if it's Aztec, congratulations. Welcome back to Counter-Strike 1.7.
I mean, this is a great map pool, though. I mean, we get lots of difference that we get from that first series. We get a guaranteed Ancient, then Anubis, and then Dust 2 as the finale. If it gets to map number 3, that is going to be probably the most exciting match we've watched all day long.
Yeah, very interesting. So overall, what I'm now looking at with this map, Vito, with the way that these guys have been able to play this out, is I'm curious. Very curious as to see the overall strategy that's going to be taken out, because these are aggressive map picks. These are very aggro play styles. You know, Dust 2 has went from a very interesting T side to CT sided so quick because of the changes they made to doors, the boost spot that you get up on catwalk. The amount of space CTs get to take early is too much, to be honest. So CT, very favored. Anubis, CT, very favored. Yeah. So if you're starting on the CT side, you're very happy, but you have to show up. If you don't have an LFO 10-2 start at a half, then this is going to be a bit of a difficult game to finish out and round out in this best of 5 or best of 3 set for hopefully getting into that $500 spot. So I'm excited. I'm excited for it. I'm curious as to see what's going to happen from the T side, but overall, it's up to these players themselves to showcase what they can do.
And I think realistically, a lot of what this series is going to come down to is that second map. I mean, DNK spent some time deciding where they wanted to go. They picked Anubis, which means realistically, they're starting on the T side. So how many rounds can they get on the T side of that second map could realistically decide everything. Even if they win or lose map number 1, that could change the entire course of the series if they can't get out ahead in their own map pick. And, you know, same on the other side. Like you said, for the sellers, if their CT side is not clean enough, then they're just going to come back and sweep it at the second half mark. So don't be super surprised, though, if you're watching at home and you see those crazy score lines at half and then some sort of quick comeback.
Yeah, lots of pushback here. Might be definitely possible. The switch of the sides can completely shatter this game's momentum. So let's hope that we're going to be getting into games soon as we start off on Ancient. Let's talk a little bit about that. Obviously, we've talked enough about, you know, the aggressive CT side. What do you think the T side really needs to focus on to kind of punish the CT's positioning?
On the T side, it's really tough, but you have to focus on patience. And that's because there's a lot of breakable spots all throughout the map that if you go too fast, they can catch you off guard. And one really well-placed smoke, it's a more open map, I would say, but there's a lot of these cubby holes that can be blocked out by just single smoke. So what you don't want to have happen is get cut off from the rest of your team, cut off from reinforcements. You have to be able to play with patience and then execute very quickly, because the rotation is a long distance between those two sites. But especially if you're talking about something like B, if you lose overall sight of where things are, it can get retaken super easily.
Absolutely. And finding out which side they're going to be starting off on, finding out what they want to lock in. I think that it's going to be very interesting to see DNK, I believe, starting on the defense. So starting out on CT, and of course, with the pistol round starting shortly here, I'm very curious to see what the main strategy is for these guys. Is it going to be hyper aggressiveness from the CTs from DNK, or is it going to be a little bit of a rat strat? Are they going to be around these corners hiding and waiting? But I think we do have a little bit of a tech pause, so we're going to keep waiting here for a little bit before that pistol round truly begins. Llama, I'm going to ask you one more question. Are you ready?
I don't know if I can be. I mean, the action today has already surmounted my expectations, and we've got another best of 3 today, a best of 5 tomorrow. I'm ready for the game, but I don't know that my emotions are ready for the excitement that's going to come from these guaranteed first 2 maps. And for these 2 teams, I mean, the tension they've got to be feeling, the pressure that's on them. They've worked so hard to qualify for this moment, and now they've got one best of 3 that decides their fate. They're either going on to Championship Sunday or they're on a bus straight on home.
Yeah, going home, not exactly an option for either of these teams, but it's up to the enemy to make that decision for them. And I think at the end of the day, when it comes down to the pistol rounds all the way to the rifle rounds, it's going to come down to that mechanical skill. And to be honest, we've seen utility carry teams. The flashes that have really crippled some of these players need to keep coming out. I need to see that over aggressiveness. I need to see the people playing off of each other. That comes down to good communication, good practice, and something that you can pick up if you join Plausible Gaming's LFG. Find someone to duo with, find someone that you two can learn how to pop flash and get them in, and hopefully we can see some of these amazing plays that you are witnessing here on the stream on Twitch and YouTube, and soon you'll see it on your own monitor from your own gameplay. But let's get into the game. Let's find out if these guys are ready for Plausible's Champion Series Season 10.
The second semifinal of the day, DNK on their CT side, and the Sellers, as we will refer to them from here on out, on their T side. Lots of fun, best of 3, and starting out here for DNK, they've got just the pistols, USPs on all 5 of them for some of those close range headshot dinks, but it won't go. Gusek has got the first headshot, first blood of the match, and that'll give him a lot of space to just get this plant down. DNK really no recourse here.
Yeah, very no recourse, just going for the retake play only, and double kill here from Epstein. Now 69, what a name. Okay, Tier going in with another pick here, and Rambling trying to just tap, trying to bait them off and getting them in 2v3, and they just have to keep baiting him out. And what a shot. And 1, 2, 1 player left. It's Heggy going in for it, running and gunning, stopping the diffuser. It's defused. Heggy's able to take it. What a play.
Survives with 5 HP on the defusal, gets it done and dusted. And, you know, for the Sellers, the good news is they got the bomb down. They got a ton of early kills, especially on Epstein 69, who found 2 of those early headshots. That's going to give them a ton of money. But rounds are paramount, especially on a map like Ancient, and DNK start off big.
Let's see. Can DNK keep it going? Can DNK really go for those ninja fuses anymore? Run and gun. It is going to be the spray down here as X-Light is able to grab 1. Gus 3K up close and personal with the Galils, gets the spray through the smoke, takes out X-Light and trades out their teammates, but they've taken a lot of damage already. The nades here are really shattering through.
Yeah, they're putting a ton of damage here onto this T side, and especially with those double smokes, it really guards off that entryway, especially on the vision control game. For Plane and Crew, they've got control of the backside cave. They've got a lot of utility left to go as well for DNK. Those nades, Tyro's got 1 more to throw out. They've got a smoke to guard off from the ramp entryway. And the Sellers don't want to rotate. They just want to fight this.
Yeah, not ideal, but just waiting for the CTs to get over aggressive as is common. They do see 1. Gus 3K punishing 2. Yep. You get aggressive, you're going to get just shut down. Back again in a 2v3, but the nade cleaning it up, and oh my days, it's the MP9 needing to hold it down as the team is rotating. And Tiro getting another one down. It's just going to be Epstein here, and they line up for him, but it doesn't matter. The fire rate trades it, and with 6 HP, DNK takes second round, but with no bomb plant means the Sellers are looking a little bit poor.
Yeah, both teams actually are going to have to buy some things back for themselves. Steve deciding on the SSG and then buying it, selling it, and rifling between a bunch of different weapons, eventually decides on the MAC-10. The Sellers not much to work with Gus because of that 4 and 2 kill death ratio. Has enough to buy the AK, but doesn't have enough to buy a helmet with it, so a little bit of a glass cannon build. It's all going to be up to Tiro here to try and shut this one down. They enter, and they're going to go quick.
Here we are. Going on up. Spotting maybe one, and nice nade. Flashes out. Might be able to keep it going as X-Light's able to grab Gus, and Plane takes out Franco. Eco frags looking pretty good for them so far, but the last two did buy up here. Tech 9 back in the table of these players, and a MAC-10 in Steve's hand. Can Steve Leet be able to push up on time as the bomb is not in a great spot?
Yeah, they'd have to push all the way back into the site to grab it. So just trying to really do some damage. Some Tech 9 shots spray through that volumetric smoke as a firing squad of DNK will just make sure nobody aggresses through the ramp side. The Sellers do have 50 seconds to wait for this smoke to expire, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Tiro finds yet another for the side of DNK, and Steve's cut down from the side, so a double kill from Tiro. DNK, 3 straight rounds, and once again the Sellers are forced back into an eco-heavy position.
Wow. Real solid here. Real solid from DNK, but with the Sellers being packed, being broke, I gotta see if they're gonna try to go for that mid control. The mid presence on this map as T side, it can make or break just taking any site. Grabbing Donut early is just so much better than trying to force yourself onto the B site. So can we get this team in mid? And it looks like they are starting to lean up, and yes, they will be trying to take this space.
One single flash. That's all the Sellers got here. Good shot through the smoke. It lands on the dome. And Egg's got another. They've already got 2 kills here. The shots go big, but it is a nice little flammables to set behind. A defensive posture so far. The Sellers down to 3, but they've got weapons picked up and big, and the Tech 9 connects. It's a double kill from Egg. The Sellers, they've got bodies, but boy, do they not have any health. Single bullets from Plane or Dethera could put them down.
Here we are. So low HP. Those nades definitely hurt them a bit. And 1, 2, easy. That's going to be huge for them. But there's the trade from Epstein. Now, having to defend this bomb in a 1v1. Has the M4, but relies on the Deke. No. This is bold. Yeah, that's not going to work. You don't have time to rotate off. You have no idea where they are. You're in the footsteps now. Spotting him out. Almost gets it, but with only 7 HP, there's not a whole lot you're going to do. And DNK is now in the lead with 4 rounds back to back to back to back.
I think that's not a terrible round, though, for the Sellers. The damage they're able to do, starting with just Eagles and upgrading to even more. That headshot is filthy, but Tiro had a lot of heroics. Dethera found themselves into a clutch scenario with that double kill. And you mentioned that HP advantage, just absolutely huge there towards the end for the Sellers. They are back to AKs, full armor, full utility on everybody.
Alrighty. Good flash. I love this op, double up, high and low. They're swinging, and that's going to be 1 pick down in the immediate trade. But no, we're actually not seeing Plane able to just get that high-low spot, but the op is not connecting either. Rambly getting a little bit flustered, having to now back it up, and the CTs have taken all of main, and they're pushing up for more. Dethera grabbing Steve and Llama. They have abandoned sight, but they have life advantage for retake.
Abandoned hope is the one big thing. They've got a lot of weapons to deal with, but they've got not too much utility. Tiro is barely carrying all of it as that bomb plant does go down. 3 players here, the Sellers planting on the better side, but Tiro's got yet another headshot. 3 isolated kills, 3 different players earned kills, and now they're just going to go off of that flash. Nice shots through the smoke, but it's Franco getting one back. All that's they'll get is 1, and DNK continue their royal reign.
Yeah, DNK definitely just doing a solid job here. And the Sellers, I'm not going to lie, they're kind of living up to their name here, Llama. It's 5-0, and I need to see them not be able to, you know, buy over and over and over again, I need to see what they're going to be able to sell. I need to see what they're going to be able to really just lock it in with, because this play, they've gotten trades, they got a site for free, but they're just allowing these retakes, because playing Donut the entire time has really kind of shot them in the foot in this post plant.
It's been tough. I mean, I also think for DNK, the ability to retake that they're relying on is just perfectly there. They're not too worried as if they give up so much control that they'll have to back off. Rambly tuck here and will die. Franco's got the flash off of Epstein, and that earns them the first blood. What can they follow this up with, though? Because DNK still has really good hooks in the position of Donut. They've still got another player through mid, and Plane, that's what he'll find back. The kill through the breakables. X-Light has found their second, but the reload might just kill him. Gets it in time as the smoke goes through on the outer side of Cave. Has to do it all, and dies in the process.
Nice. X-Light getting that one down. Very solid. Got a lot of mollies trying to just keep it going. A little bit of a shots fired. The molly's just scaring him back, but we still do not have the bomb down. We still have Epstein able to grab that smoke pick, but with one player left, Plane 7 needs to try to get this clutch or save the AK. 1v3 into smoke, not really optimal. No util. Saving is a smart idea here, Llama.
Yeah, I mean, you have the money to buy back up, but at this point, again, the snowball of economy that can trigger from just one single rifle lost is not necessarily worth it. And I mean, realistically, that crossfire on this site is just so tough to deal with. It is going to be an AWP, actually, so a huge upgrade. Watches back towards mid and hits the flick. Plane's got their second kill of the round and will escape back into the Jelly Donut as DNK loses their first round of the half.
Wow. First round of the half. Very solid, guys. And now, can we see them keep it going? Can we see a little bit of a turnaround here? I hope so. I really do. I need to see this next round go with the sellers continuing to keep up their momentum. But DNK, they've won 5 in a row. They should have enough to buy, since really it hasn't come down to much. And being able to save that op, this is looking good for them. Now, again, the mid aggression is not coming from the T's. It's coming from the CTs. And wait, they're just going to full-blown rush? There's 4 people ready to take the site. B is looking a little bit empty from CT presence. Oh,
Rambly. A couple players at the back of this kind of cube, and Rambly does find that first one. That saved away AWP coming huge and needs to go even bigger. Forward ramp control misses the flick, but a save position on the backside through the wall, just putting the bullets in. It's going to be a team kill. That puts us back into a 3v3 as Gus finds themselves yet another. Single kills from everybody, but the damage is insurmountable from Franco, finding their double kill. Tiro has to do it all and can't get anything. A triple kill from Franco on just 11 HP.
Wow. Just wow. Another double down. Very solid. Hopefully, we could see what these guys are going to be capable of. 5-2. The sellers have kind of figured out a strat. Punch through B site. Keep punching, keep going up, and you might be able to just keep up this aggression. But now we're changing it. We're taking that mid space first and letting 2 players lurk over. Could this be a fake? It might be. But will it matter if we get the picks? Hey, getting one on X-Light, and it looks like the blinds are a little bit too potent. Rambly stuck here. Pistol only. And that's one more down. And there's the final one mid. Beautiful split. DNK read like a book. They knew that their money was empty, so the sellers just let them push into Doom.
It's a smart decision. The ability to work off those solo efforts even better. And Plane might get stabbed in the back here if they're not too careful. Will just set themselves up in Donut, looking to cut down any sort of plant on the outside of that cube. Now we'll wait for it and can't hit the shot. Flawless round from the sellers as they continue to come back here in this first half. Their confidence and their money are both soaring.
Wow. Money is soaring. Timeout is called. And DNK understands, okay, we need to build up our economy. We also need to really set these guys back. Where is our struggle? Well, the B push. It's been hit with a lot of util. Maybe we invest more in mollies. Maybe try to slow these guys down a little bit more. Maybe we try to get hyper aggressive in main. All of these options could help them to defend B. And because it's a timeout, the the sellers, they're reading that this might be a stack over towards mid. So instead, they just opt to fully commit to A and rush that site.
I mean, why not? They've got the speed, they've showed they can do it, and now we're going to play flopped sides. It's all 10 players surviving for this post plant. Predicts the shot as the smoke fades from Rambly. Finds the second. The nades are perfection, and now the crunch is starting to come in. Bomb is down, 3/4 available.
Wow. Just a crazy hold here, but now it's all about defending against the retake A. They've struggled with this before, but not this time. Now, Tethera getting one. Franco here to get the spray. Everyone's just going trade, and it's an op in the hand to get the 1v2, but do they have enough time? The answer is no. He's going for it.
Oh,
he gets a pick and leaves. What a flick.
Just wanted that extra bit of blood. Finds the triple kill here. And may even look for one more. Won't find it. Defuse kit was in the hands, but it's the sellers who's got more rounds in their hands than ever before. 4 rounds straight right now to close out this half.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Being able to keep up this kind of damage is very impressive from the sellers. And now DNK realizes, wait a minute, we need to try to secure this win on this half. It's CT sided. What are we doing? The retake wasn't quite there. The weapons weren't up. But now look at the buys. 3 deagles, a 5-7, and an op. Is that enough to drop a couple players? If we stack on B, it could be.
They predicted right to start. The question is, do the sellers read this out? It looks like it. They're just going to smoke this off and possibly back up towards mid. You've got an interesting spot from Plane, who has to defend against the spawn side, as the rest of them try and work off the little information that they have. That AWP was saved away, and realistically, Rambly could be the biggest person in this round. But for Plane, they escape back. The timing, insane on that.
Alrighty. Ooh, the timing? Oh, damn! He's getting Plane like that, absolutely insane like that. And now, 1 minute left. And we flipped the sides. We again have that retake. We again have them pushing up. But this time, we're not letting you get close to retaking. It's going to be a massacre down Main Street as X-Lite finally gets to trade for his fallen teammates. And Tier, he's late to the party. And unfortunately, going to be back to spawn in a couple seconds here. X-Lite, op in hand, has to go for the save.
They're going to try and chase you down. So at this point, you're looking for some sort of defensive look. Nice little flick, but is cut down in the cave as Steve finds their first kill of the round. The biggest thing in that round for me was the sellers. 4 different players again find themselves in a killing position. They are playing so well-rounded and playing so smart off of this horrible economy scenario for DNK.
Ooh, actually insane. DNK not able to really keep up what they had, but ops back. Rifles are online. They're rushing now down mid. This time, they're not fully giving up A for free, but it's the mid presence that's been such a a distraction to them, while you still have the wonderful spenders, the sellers, pushing it up, and now being able to push all of these guys back. And I'm looking at a lot of, I'd like to call it ADHD movement. Look at that mini map for the CTs. They're giving up so much space off of 0 intel.
A single mid-smoke, too. I mean, DNK trusting right now in their defense. What they really need to do is get Tethera back into a scoring position. You talk about Tethera, who started really good. 4-9 so far on this map. A chance to change that this round as you look at Tiro, who's got a really good crunch. The sellers have really nowhere to go.
Ooh, good sprays, good sprays. Oh my days, it's another triple down. And now 2 players are remaining. Finally, we have a good B hold here, Llama. Finally, we got them on the board, but hello, where are you looking? Double kill for Plane. And that is that round down, with DNK finally stopping the 5-round spree.
And it was lovely because it was 2 simple plays. 1 flash, and 1 man named Tiro, who is 13-7, finds the crunch on the backside and doesn't let them escape. That play doesn't work if either one of those 2 simple but fundamental plays don't work. And now you see it again. DNK using some of this aggression to get right back towards the donut side. Rambley's in a great defensive spot and is going to land the first shot, taking down Egg. All of a sudden, DNK's up +1.
Alrighty. Up 1. And now, can they keep that spree? 7-5 is ideal for DNK, but I'm seeing this being pretty even tier. Grabs one, trusts his teammate. No, he doesn't. He just goes for the double, and that's going to be plane 7. Another double down. And of course, one player left on site. It's just going to be Epstein. 69. Can this guy get the necessary damage to tie this up 6-6? The answer is short, and the answer is 1 pick down.
18 bullets left to go in the magazine. Is going to reposition here to Donut. 60 seconds to go. Not a ton of time. Finds an extra headshot, but was ready to go and try and grab that plan. Instead, it's DNK that bounce back at the end of the half. Find back-to-back rounds after both teams won on a streak of 5 rounds straight. For DNK, I mean, Rambley was having themselves a really good half, and that AWP found a lot of value, but the Sellers earned well enough rounds, especially on the T side, that if they can have even a marginally good CT side, they could be right back in an advantage place.
Yeah, definitely useful here for the spenders to get, or sorry, for the Sellers to get this turnaround. But the real question that I'm looking at is, can we see them lock this down with a B push? Already DNK wanting to kind of just make a little bit of noise, maybe allow one player to make a bait mid, completely unguarded, but they're not going to find that out in time. It's a little bit of a counter push, and Franco, first blood, 1 down, and now it's time for an explosive B hit.
Fast. They've got to get control of this cave. Dethera and X-Light both find themselves a headshot, and that will definitely earn you the site, or will it? Epstein's got the headshot of their own. Dethera, some team damage. We'll definitely note that one down. There's been a couple team kills already through today, but Dethera, what they're trying to do is guard away from the cube. If they can guard from this spawn side, it is near impossible to retake this site. But little do they know, Epstein has snuck in. The cave is theirs, takes down Plane, and we're into a 3v2. The cube control is still there. Half the bomb left to go. Rambley cannot solo them all, and it's a successful retake.
Wow. 5 and 7, a beautiful round here. And honestly, what we're looking at overall is beauty in Epstein's aim. The guy's the top frag. The guy's able to really lock this down, but that re-hit was beautiful. Being able to push Plane, who is unfortunately a little bit distracted. The timing of being able to push in with your teammate, very clean. But now, in this next round, we are not seeing a force from DNK. They're taking it. No, we are seeing a force from DNK. They're using that bomb money to try to now commit this site. And what's the strat? Smokes immediately, all thrown out, trying to give him as much space as possible. But look at Hedge going right on in. Hello, my spawn now. Got your gun up? No, it's X-Light to save his teammate from across the site.
That's a really big headshot, and Gus is going to continue with the killing. Dethera's got the flash. It is even bodies, but that means DNK gets to pick up all those weapons and just run at them. Rambley's got the headshot through the smoke, and now an extra smoke will make Epstein pick their choices. They die through the smoke as Dethera gets their second of the round, and Franco is the lone man left alive. The one big thing, they've got the defusal kit. But they are a poor man. $100 left in the bank account. Nothing really else to work with off of this force. And that molly got extinguished by the smoke at the exact last second. DNK's got a good position. Not great health on Franco. As the bomb continues to trail on down, they're going to back up safely into Donut. He'll try it now. He'll send it out on the right side peak. And here's the gribbity grab. Defuses up. Kid is there, and so is the kill. Dethera finds their third.
Wow. Oh, Dethera somehow managing to get taken out by the bomb from that far away is going to be losing out on a lot of money. Unfortunate there. And now the Sellers, they unfortunately have lost a lot of their fundage trying to force up in the second round after pistol, and both bomb plants getting down for DNK. DNK has a sizable economic lead here, but can they keep it? With this next round coming up, will we see the force buy from the Sellers be able to push them back? Only pistols, and of course, one SMG, which is already naded and keep it alive.
Keep the first alive for a second, but Plane's there to immediately get that headshot back. That was the one better weaponry they have. Franco burning down has to use the smoke to extinguish it. A fireman in a burning building. 90 seconds left to go. The building is burning all around the cellars, and they really have no information right now. They had to play off that defensive smoke in the cave and then reposition to garner some control over the ramp side. What that means in total is DNK just gets free reign on wherever they want to go.
Ooh, this is looking a little interesting. Flash out. Blinds a lot, and oh my god, the swing, the 5-7s, they're doing so much damage. It's a kill box. Everyone's gone, and it's just Rambly, 12 HP, and somehow, with all of the rifle advantage in the world, the sellers are able to take the cake.
That ramp push is one of the toughest to do, even when you have a better economy, even when you have all the vision that they're there. A great crossfire setup, and a weird little 1-for-1 trade away in terms of the rounds on the board. DNK still has a couple rifles, but the sellers definitely back in that economical driving seat. This map very, very close, only decided right now by a single round.
Oh no. Good sprays. A decent force, and what a push-up. Epstein, jeez, this guy is cooking right now. Getting another one down. Might be able to keep going. And now, can we see this player trading some more? We do have that inevitable A push swinging on out in the shots. Trying to connect. Good flashes. Good mollies. And Rambly able to grab Steve. Now they have to execute this A site, get that plant down. Donut is the main point of contention here as he is getting traded out by X-Lite. And there is the plant. Llama, the retake, 3-3. We saw that DNK knows how to do this, but does the sellers?
This is just a straight up brawl right now. And Epstein has to go big, especially when you look around this box side. You kill one, it gives you so much room. The jiggle peek, you're going to see the feet first. That's insane. Rambly turns around and executes him. As Epstein dies, now the other two have to think about it. It's a nice kill from behind from Franco. They assault from Donut, but they die in the process. Plane earns themselves a clutch, but Gus earns an even better clutch.
Wow. Very solid of a round to tie us up, and the retake's unreal, but DNK got the plant. They're at that loss bonus, and they killed 4. So this still is in their favor if they could just manage to break this tie in their favor. However, the sellers is doing a great job. They're doing amazing to keep it going, but can we see them continue this play? A little bit of a spray, and hopefully a spray and pray to end the game out against people with very little money. The NK, though, this is the economic turnaround similar to what the sellers did to them. Oh, never mind. Grenade moment.
Plane just dies. Unfortunately, couldn't buy into the armor. There's a nice little close-range kill from X-Lite. Gets the Tech 9 on fire. And Epstein, they said, I don't need a better rifle either. I'll take the kills where I can. Epstein 18 and 11. They'll find an extra, make it 19. Firing here on the ramp side, trying to find the 3K. Pulls out the pistol and dies. But Gus has got their immediate back. Cube control is theirs. Rambly, the final man left to go, and will die straight up through the smoke. As Gus up to 16 kills in the half. One of the best KDs on the entire team.
Wow. They're doing good. They're doing pretty good. But at the end of the day, DNK was on an eco round. They're back online. They have, again, a weapon in their hands to really make this work. But at the end, I'm still so concerned about DNK's inability to really lock down sites. Right now, they're getting up, but look at how aggressive the spenders are. The sellers are. They're really setting themselves up.
DNK is just going to get a free bomb site here, though. Forgot to put a player there and almost kills his teammate. Dethera barely dodges away from that friendly fire bullets. Bomb is down, so realistically the sellers have to go quick here, and with all the smokes left to go from DNK, you're not going to get an easy. You've got to use some flashes, and even at this moment, you might have to think about a save. The money is not very good from the sellers. They're going to try and assault from the spawn side. Half the bomb timer left to go.
Oof, what a shot from Dethera, taking out Epstein very beautifully. And now pushing on up. It's going to be Gus trying to just get the flash out. Their team, lots of util still available for the attackers. And I believe the CTs know they're out of time. And with no util to bunch through, they're out. And they're gone. Now DNK ties it up again. A very close match here.
They are inseparable. 9-9 here. Dethera dies to some explosion damage there at the end of the round, which is very costly at this point. I mean, every single death, DNK is only down to about $3,000 a piece, and they've got a full buy right back into all the utility. That's the word. But the sellers are in a good spot too. I mean, they've got M4s and everybody. They've got utility. It is just a back and forth that whoever loses this map is going to be very sad.
I mean, I'd be sad too if I lost.
But you don't lose, so.
I don't. Not possible. But for these guys, pushing on up, AKs, look at the CT's position, completely surrounded this. But what are they to do? What are the T's to know? They know that they've been pushed. They have the callouts. They've heard the footsteps. And just try to go for the wall bangs. What's the timing here? Unfortunately, a trade. Rambly is able to get one down.
He's actually looking at that upper position and found one while he dies as Xlight takes down another. Franco is executed via headshot. First one to 10. Who's it going to be? Abstain finds the kill back on Xlight. Health bars are not great from Steve as Plane finds yet another, and it will be all down to Heg. 1v3 here on site, finds the first. The spray is no good for the second, and Steve will have to do it all. The long M4 barrel sticking out through the smoke and dies as the shots are tracked from Plane.
Wow, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from DNK to get them back in. I'm surprised here. What we saw from the sellers was just a very solid mid-aggressive play, but then at the end of the day, they get counter-aggressive and they've taken too much space, trades themselves out, and DNK is able to punish them for that. So now, double digits on the board. Season 10 semifinals is looking a little bit rough for the sellers. But this is the closest match we've had so far. Will we see it get any closer?
Abstain, a nice early kill. That's going to be a possible weapon upgrade here as the sellers need to be careful. They've got to get back to their defensive site. DNK decides we'll trade one player for site control. And early here, Tiro is on this defensive look, but it doesn't matter. Gus puts them straight in the graveyard. 3v5 now in favor of the sellers, who've now picked up a rifle in one of their most deadly fraggers' hands. Epstein, the swing is no good as Steve finds a kill. Plane finds one back, 2v3. But DNK has to work off one man, and one man only. Plane gets the second, gets the spray, but doesn't have enough bullets to finish the job.
Wow. Just, wow. Very solid here from them. The question now is, with the game tied up, with Plane down, with 10-10, are we on the road to an overtime? And overtime definitely will do wonders for the entertainment value of seeing if we can even get to a map 3.
I would love some overtime. More Counter-Strike, sign me up. And, you know, the stakes are even higher because, again, this is the Sellers map pick to start. DNK already has Anubis waiting as their locked-in map number 2. So if they can finish the job here, especially in such a close and tight-fought map, the morale is definitely going to take a hit from the Sellers side.
Ooh, here we are. Pushing on up. Very aggro. Can we see Franco in this little spot finding that same value that we see so often? Smokes are down. DNK angling themselves more towards for this B push than anything else. They're really just waiting to see if, okay, is anyone going to make a misstep? Is this default going to find us a first blood?
That slowness, though, could cause issues if the Sellers figure out what this plan is and they stick to this cave defense. They've got Franco and Hedge just kind of chilling around here, waiting for something to go their way. Epstein, their top fragger, 22-14 so far, lurks on in the site. With 50 seconds left to go, DNK definitely has a chance to assault this, but they need to do it quick, and they've got to wait for these smokes to assault. They're going to bring in basically every single flash they got. There's no escape route now. It's fight or die, and die is the answer. Plane gets a single, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. The cave control is still there. DNK getting the bomb plant and getting the player advantage.
Wow. All right. Back up. 3-2. The flank from Gus could be enough, but I think he's been spotted out. But no, too much noise being made, and the op misses its shot, and that's going to be Gus getting Rambly down. Sellers now pushing up. One more. Steve gets it. Now Tiro able to grab it, make it a 1-2-1. And has the ability to wall bang. Tries to stop them. The running gun gets defused. Just barely misses the opportunity, and in distraught, does forget about the op.
I think this is insane timing. The ramp push looked relatively good, but so many trades come through. Hedge and Franco both get their man, and Gus, just the hero of the day, finding everything. Tier, you've got to know that they have a defusal kit, especially with the economy that they're able to buy into those rifles. Just predicted that they didn't. Predicted that he faked, but pros don't fake, and right now the Sellers looking more pro. As the rounds continue to go on, they're 2 away from a map 1 victory.
Kind of concerning, not gonna lie. Oh, what a spray down! What a spray! Bombs down! 2 die to the fire! What is this? The utility usage able to completely shatter any hole that was available, but now back to a 2v2 here, Llama, and we're watching an MP9 swinging. No, it's gone. And it's just 1 left. Steve.
I don't even know what's going on anymore, man. This map is getting insane, and the clutches are getting even more so. Tira and Plane just have this one locked down unless Steve lines them up. The answer will be no. Plane finds themselves a triple kill. DNK activates the full house as we are all tied up 22 rounds deep in map number 1.
Insane. Actively insane of a turnaround for DNK. Keeping this real. They have everything they need to really shut them down. But the question now, with a 1 round until we see a potential match point, will we see this go to OT? I'm thinking yes, but look at the money. The Spenders have to do another one of those crazy early plays. They forced up, and they don't have a lot of loss bonus to gain here. So they have to use these pistols to the most efficient methods.
Yeah, if they don't get kills here, they could realistically lose their first map off of a 13-11 with no money to work with. Plane finds the first. He's got 8 bullets left. Make that 6. He pulls out the utility as he panics. Dethero will take down Hedge and make sure that weapon is not pick-upable. The Sellers back to their spawn side trying to fight where Rambly looks. Franco just walks out and gets executed. In plain street view, it is all down to Steve, who pulls out the pistol, gets the weapon upgrade, and now has a much more doable fight. The problem is 4 HP.
Yeah, 4 HP, not optimal. What's the strat? What's the plan? Go for the save? Allow this to end? He knows his team's broke. Yeah, he goes for the save. He needs that Vandal. He needs that AK, sorry. He gets the pick up anyways and is able to now get out of dodge.
Every kill means so much. I mean, Rambly, $50. Plane, 1.5k or 1.15k. DNK is not going to be at 100% wealth either, but they do have a chance to go up towards it. DNK, no matter what, have guaranteed themselves overtime as a safety net.
That's the round. This is stressful here, Llama. This is very stressful. Seeing the 11-2 or 11-12 constantly back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But now the 2 rounds won are favoring DNK. The question comes down to, did the Spenders really force up here, guaranteeing themselves another round where they have to force? The loss bonus is enough for them to have to go pistols and maybe one of those hero rifles with the FAMAS. Steve saving that last gun could be enough, but I'm surprised Steve not giving the AK over to Epstein and seeing if he can find more value with it.
Trying to trust yourself, a confident moment here for the Sellers. For DNK, they've got to still be very careful. They're going to wait for a lot of these smokes to expire. They sent down a mid smoke, which allows a really good lurk here from Rambly. Finding some good shots. No kill early on. Rambly loses nothing in return and doesn't want to get caught in the backside. The timing there. Rambly survives with 42 HP, and Gus doesn't decide to swing it out. But now the Sellers are so scared of a spawn push as Rambly decides to re-engage in Donut.
Here we are. A little bit of damage dealt. And that's good. It makes it so now these MP9s can absolutely shred through. With all of these nades, it's going to help. Epstein gets one. Epstein gets two. Maybe we don't need to give him the AK. Maybe he's just good enough with the MP9. The spray comes through with the nade. It connects. Lots of damage dealt. But there's the bomb planted. There's the pushback. There's the fight off. And that's going to be Heg getting another one down. But look at this aggressive play from Tiro. Gets two. Leaves him in a 1v3. And it's over. It is going to be overtime for us. Map number 2 can wait.
Epstein said, I don't need to buy an AK. I'll just pick one up off of your grave when I take you out. The cave control insane. 24 kills and just 17 deaths here as we end off regulation. We're going to OT to decide this one, and boy, it just feels like nothing is towards the norm. The eco round goes in their way. Their patience was phenomenal, and really for DNK to not be able to clear out that cave position, even with that follow-up nade, has to be very, very costly. If you're unfamiliar with overtime, we're playing first to 16 here. We will swap sides after 3.
All right. Welcome to overtime, Llama. Just running through smokes, flashing out, trying to be a whole force, just running, and Rambly actually manages to burn themselves to death.
Good job. Little cooked steak on that one.
Yep.
3rd-degree burns. It did hurt a lot of people. I was going to say it hasn't hurt anybody, but it definitely has. DNK, they are very hurt going in towards this post-plan setup. X-Light at 62, Dethera at 21. And the Sellers, they're in a really good spot to take this retake. Gus, Franco, doesn't matter that they're blind. Steve gets the extra, and it is quick, clean, concise, and the first round of overtime going to the Sellers.
Yeah, very solid here. Let's see what the main strat is here. What's the play that these guys are going to have to pull out for us? What's the main idea for DNK to try to stop these guys from getting match advantage? The question really does come down to, can they explode onto a site without burning themselves to death? It's an interesting question. Might have an interesting answer. We have to find out if maybe the split that they're doing isn't enough.
Oh boy. And again, to work so hard to get towards this point, you don't want to lose at this point. Gus has been insane in this overtime already. Up to 22 kills chasing Epstein, who is the leader right now in the entire lobby. There's a big nade. Both of them finding their first bloods. A DNK is down to just 3 members who are crippled, injured, and trying to limp away from that first firefight. And even worse, you talk about stuck inside, plane had nowhere to go, and DNK is trapped in their own spawn.
Alrighty. Pushing it up. Sprays down. Oh my god, doesn't find the connection. Actually, Dethera just kills his teammate and dies. What just happened? Llama. I said, okay, they decided, okay, we're not going to burn ourselves to death. We're just going to shoot us.
They're finding innovative ways to die, I'll tell you that. But, I mean, the start of this round perfectly on Gus. But, man, Dethera, who has stepped up so many of the times, now not having the best first map, 13 and 24, kills their teammate. And it's going to cost DNK everything. They've got one final round on this T side to try and change things up and try and earn something. If the Sellers win this round right here, they will guarantee themselves an OT2 as a safety net. But it's Plane and Tira that change it. Dethera steps back up for the Clutcherson. And it's down to just 2. The Sellers try and battle outside the cube, but it's looking like a flawless round.
Yeah, looking a little bit flawless here. And DNK needed this round or else, I mean, the game would be over. Wait, the game still could end. Nope. Shot from the sides. Top mid is going to be where they execute it. 14-13 at the half switch. Still favoring the Sellers. Still favoring the team that is able to really lock this in. And honestly, a little bit concerning.
It's a lot of concerning. I think that we go here into overtime, and this is where we'll kind of swap things off. DNK does have a chance. They looked cleaner, I will say, on their CT side, but they had more moments that were strugglesome, that they got ecoed out by simple rounds, and the Sellers, again, just 1 round away from guaranteeing overtime 2. If they win 2 of these rounds, they're victorious. DNK, they need to win all 3 rounds here on their CT side if they want to win, and it starts with Rambly, who earns first blood via their op.
Wow. Here we are. Pushing up. Plane. Jiggle peeking this just a little bit here. Needs to get the info. Pop the util. Flashes out and defends it very well. 1-2. Might get the third. No. Sprayed down. Plane. Have we noticed this guy does double kills a little bit too often here, Llama?
Feels like every single time he's active gets on top of it, and there's a reason he's the top frag on the team. Tiro says, I've got something to say about that. Up to 23 themselves, and the AWP will survive as Rambly finds their double kill. And most importantly, that money doesn't reset between these 3 overtime rounds. So the number you're seeing for those numbers right now will stay basically the same. So that op, you can't buy it 3 times over. Very well invested, playing a nice double kill, but boy, good openers for DNK.
Here we are. 14-14, a timeout being called. How nervous do you think these players are right now? How much stress do you think it's going? What do you think the BPM of their heart rate is right now? Like, I'm thinking that this is an easy 110 game. I think that these guys are really stressing. Honestly, like this is now full-blown active sports with how much this is keeping them at the edge of their seat, jumping up and down, and needing to have to really keep their nerves on calm. Don't panic. 14-14 is nothing in overtime. Definitely doable, though. It's tied.
I saw the funniest thing. I don't know why I'm thinking of this now. I saw a study that somebody did on esports players and their breathing habits, that if you breathe through your nose, you actually get a lower BPM and can lower your stress rate. So don't be breathing through your mouth, I guess, as they say, as Gus is going to definitely be breathing through the nose. Takes the headshot in the nose off of Tiro to start off the round. Rambly needs to be big. If they don't get this kill, it's going to be the end of them. But gets the flick, gets the headshot, and Plane gets one as well. Plane gets a double kill. This guy's inevitable.
Oh my god. Inevitable double kills all the time. And now it's time to shine, as it's time for Xlight to now move themselves into a position to get more. But what? Rambly, what a flick! Able to get that pick down like this, and now Franco up in hand. The Asimov. Can we see what this guy can do with it? 1 minute on the clock. It's OT. The only thing you're saving is your own dignity by trying to clutch this up.
I will say, Franco only has $150 left over from that initial overtime spending account, so this could get really rough for the Sellers if they actually lose Franco here towards the end of the round. There is one small silver lining, and it's that Franco does have the bomb, so they have a choice on where to go. If they want to attack here towards Rambly, it's going to be a Wild West duel. That's what we get, and Franco gets the quick scope. Now is going to molly out a much more doable round as they smoke themselves and pop the plant. For DNK, they've got 2 players here, Xlight to Thera, waiting for each other. Misses the first shot. Then pops out the flash. Nothing really left, and Xlight finds the extra kill. It's their first of the round, but it's the only one that matters. DNK on map point.
Wow, just absolutely claim with it. DNK now 15-14. The real thing that I am going to be looking forward to is, can we see that inevitable tied game? Can we see them keep this going? Because I'm going to be real. They like doing it to us, Llama. They like having us just keep on moving on. And as eventually game has to end, there is a chance that there is going to be a finished play right here.
It's not enough money for Franco to fully buy to the rifle, and a lot of early burn and nade damage takes the Sellers down to weakened health bars. They want to assault the cave, but Xlight has been so good from this position, baiting the shots in and just trying to play that jiggle. This crossfire setup through mid is insane. Thera the first to die. DNK with a member down are still going to set up. Tiro dies as well. Rambly gets their kill through mid, but they need to reset up. Xlight gets another. We're into a 3v3, but the health bars are abysmal from the Sellers.
Here we are. 3-3. Just the sprays. Everyone's gonna die in that smoke. Everyone's dead in that smoke. DNK wins. DNK. They just execute him through the smoke. A kill box for sure. And Llama, what a game for these players. And now they have to run it back, and they have to do it on Anubis. So that's a little bit concerning. You know, we're going to some old time areas, some ancient jungle. Now we're going to some ancient desert. But Llama, how do we feel after that very intense game one?
I mean, I feel great. We got to watch an overtime. I think it was a ton of fun. I do think this is the probably worst case scenario from the sellers. They lose their initial map pick, they lose it in overtime, and unfortunately they just could not get things going. So they now move to their opponent's map pick of Anubis. They have to try and go. The good news is they'll start on the CT side, which is now heavily favored with all of those new additions. The good news for us, we get to take a little bit of a breather after that one, send ourselves to a short little break as we set up lobby for game number 2. Don't go too far. Season 10 semifinals continue right after this.
Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
Gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
faking. You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving. And you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you've always had it inside. Is the key to make the most of this life for me.
No, we never sit.
And welcome back, everybody, to the semifinals of the PGCS Season 10. My name is Edu. I'm still joined on the mic with Llama as we are getting into our second set, second match, second map. Let's have some real fun time here. As Llama, I gotta ask, after game one, we're now on Anubis. You said there's some map changes. What can we really be anticipating from the way these guys play?
Yeah, we put up some security guards around Anubis, but somehow a guy slipped through with a sledgehammer and just decided to break a hole in the very nice bridge wall. So what we can expect, I think, is a lot more CT-sided. If you haven't seen this map, you talk about all those canalways and different side pathways. Pretty much all those are gone, because it's like if you don't get control of bridge first, if you don't get control of that hole, they can just jump right on your head or even use the angle from it to get really, really good kills. And you know, if you're someone like DNK that picked this map, especially with those new changes, you have to be confident on it, especially knowing that your opponents are going to start on that CT side, which has been so dominant. Now, these teams went 7-5 and 7-5 on their respective half, both winning on that CT side. So it's going to come down to this second map and whether or not the Sellers can step back up, because if they don't, they're out of this tournament.
Yeah, and if the Sellers get knocked down, I mean, DNK definitely starts off strong, but with how close that matchup was and some of the very interesting timing decisions and utility usage coming out from DNK, if DNK manages to take this, LFO might be happy. Like, it's looking a little bit rough, or DNK has to prove, okay, shooting my teammate in the face, that was a fluke. Walking into my own molly, that was a different fluke. But they still managed to be the winners of that round with all those mistakes. LFO not only doesn't let you make those mistakes, they'll teabag you for it. So seeing what's going to happen here in this semifinals, you need to start sharpening your tools. You got to get in here with a little bit more of that skill set to win $500. And if you come back next season, win $1,000. So it's going to be very interesting to see if we can do that. You know, we're doubling the prize pool, so I want to see double the effort from these players. I want to see them really pop off. But at the end of the day, it's time to get in game.
I want to see next season as well, man. $1,000, doubling up that prize pool. If you guys want to join in, by the way, you can find the live link on both pinned in the Twitch and YouTube chat, or if you're watching the replay on YouTube, it's in the YouTube description. A live Face-It link for you to join with your best of 5 friends. And, you know, Edu, what if I don't have friends? What if I don't have any players that I've played with in Counter-Strike in the past?
Well, I have a community that you definitely want to join called Plausible Gaming. We started off as a PUBG LFG, and now you too can look for gamers. You can look for groups, you can look for friends, and you can look for your next teams to get into a Plausible Gaming tournament. So make sure you guys join the Discord. Make sure you are looking for our social media, because if you want to find some friends to play some video games with, trust us when we say there is no better place, no plausible option except for Plausible Gaming.
They're the best at it, and you can find yourself in a good position to even get yourself in some of the money tournaments. But enough talk about that. Map number 2 is ready to go here. Can it be DNK striking for the second time in a row? Let's hop into the pistol round.
Alrighty, off to a decent start. Trying to lock this in now. Epstein. Oh, what's going on over there? Looks like we have a first blood taken out and a little bit of a swing coming. Wait, there might be able to time himself on the flank. Ooh, just takes a bullet to the brain and now has to back it up. Whoa, lots of damage there and lots of mid aggression coming out in this semi-changed map.
If you look up to that top right, that's exactly where that hole is, and Franco's got it covered. Gus did take a large amount of damage, and Epstein is dead. The push through the electrical room will give Plane an extra kill as they staunch their attack and stuff them in like sardines into this box. Plane is going to get some extra damage as well. And the Sellers, who actually are just dying to headshots here, no chance to really escape. Tiro finds themselves a double kill. But more importantly, Edu, it's actually interesting. I didn't notice this. The Sellers picked to start on the T side here.
Okay. Starting T side, very intriguing, but DNK, I think they're going to be very happy about that. I mean, clearly they've been a lot better on the CT side than the T, so hopefully they can get themselves in that lead. They did go 7-5 in that last time, so let's hope that we can see another close matchup. But what a nade. Does a decent amount of damage, but the spray down comes through. Guns will be found. The Tech 9 rushes a bit too much, but that's in Tiro getting a double down, and there's a triple for Tiro. And there it is, finally, the trade, but no plant and a lot of money for one of these players.
Good little quadra kill there from Tiro, who finds himself on now 6 kills in just 2 short rounds. But this is how the map has been going through all of levels of play. If you don't control even that mid window for just a second, they drop down behind you, they take control of the electrical room, and DNK, although they lose some bodies, it's only Rambly who's suffering on not fooled by. The Sellers got to do something about it, as they've only got 1 hero rifle in their pockets.
1 hero rifle and... Ooh, what? Okay. What is that shot? Just swing, pink. All right, well played, well played. All right. That's a rifle down in their hands if they manage to get on site properly. But now, Rambly going on up. MP9 spots the head of one. Good trigger discipline. Drops a second smoke to protect himself. No noise being made.
Burning so much time here. Even though they get Rambly, like, this doesn't matter. There's still 2 players on one site, one on the other. Dethera, they do correctly pick the 50-50. This is a 3v5, so somewhat doable. The health bars are phenomenal from DNKs. They just run at them. Axelight and Tiro both get their man. The plant is down, but it cost them everything. Tiro, talk about a monster. 9 kills in 3 rounds, and DNK has got their 3rd.
That's crazy. Actually insane to see that kind of swing here from these players. And now 3-0. DNK back to a very similar lead that they had last time. Back to being able to keep this team up and ready. I gotta say, this is a team, the Sellers, that have an economy problem. And they finally have a buy. Can they manage? Because at the end of the day, DNK, if they punish this, it's going to go 5-0 again. They're not going to have enough to buy, and we just saw get a wonderful one-tap. What is that pick?
The headshots are phenomenal. The rifle usage here from DNK continues to go. DNK up 3-0 here. They're also up a map. Dethera's going to find put shot there from the flash. And they're up 1, but more importantly, they've got control, or do they? Epstein, a standout star from that previous map, is continuing to find success. It is a 3v3, but that AWP really does add a different wrinkle to that defensive side layering.
All right. Epstein now pushing back up 3-3. It's the op in Rambly's hands that I think is the biggest concern for them right now, because honestly, the M4A1S, scary, but it's not too scary to the point where, you know, we have seen a little bit of running gun action, but that op, that could just drop you so fast. And we got to see if this op is going to be in a position to be afraid. But right now, hey, free A site, we'll take it.
Dethera is sticking around, but hasn't reaggressed quite yet. Jumping up and down here, making literally 0 noise. The Sellers, they've got control of the platform. They've got control of the backwaters. They really have every entryway guarded, and they're going to smoke it off. So DNK, they're going to have to play the retake value. They're still going to have that AWP. Rambly decides to stick with it as they rotate through spawn. Now again, 2 players here in terms of Heg and Steve, watching over the backs of each other, and an extra smoke going to be layered. 2/3 on the bomb. It is going to be Heg, who is basically the cornerstone of stopping this attack. If they can work from their short cubby angle, it's going to be everything. A kill of each other. They'll trade 1 for 1. AWP over the top here. They've got to go relatively fast. Only a fourth of the bomb left to go. Both of them have defusal kits, but they will walk into the spray. Rambly may just try and save as they get the kill and run for their life.
Wow. That's the round, and a good round. When you have the spenders of the sellers going for this round, you need them to keep their money up. Now, saving an op is okay. Saving an op is fine. But what I need to see as well is DNK stopping as many plants as possible to stop their money. Because here, they're looking a little bit broke. You stop a plant, you're good. Killing them, that's great. But if you could stop a plant, even if you lose the round just because they end a little bit early, that's fine. But what we need to see is some of these picks, and Rambly punished for pushing up mid.
I mean, that's tough too. Rambly, without the op, has been looking a little bit shaken. 2 and 3 here so far. And that's a big opener for the sellers. The one big question is going to be their utility here in this round. They've got a single frag grenade, which is often the usage of what you want to clear out some of those pillar locations on both the A and B site. But for DNK, with the big advantage they have, is they've got Tiro. 9 and 1 right now, is going to be on a very mobile position. First guarding off bridge. This is going to be a B hit. But the question is, how fast can they get there? X-Light in position to refrag, but can't get there. Franco finds the double kill. And the bomb plant is down. Dethera is a poor lad. He might just go for the save.
I think he not only has to go for the save, but he doesn't have any option and probably might get pushed here to get taken down. But this position on the box, very risky. Oh, good timing. Gets it. Nice. Dethera. They know that he's getting rushed now. Everybody's kind of just needing to back this up. And they're hunting. 13 HP. Not going to be easy to hold. And the flick from Gus takes him down. And honestly, not a great round for DNK. The save only able to get 1 pick. And they lose a rifle for this hero round.
And it's not ideal on the start of the half either. You talk about for DNK, 10-2s and 9-3s are very common on this map, especially on the CT side. You let the sellers get anything more than 3, and they are already in a great position to try and take your map pick and send us off to Dust 2 as the decider. Rambly's just going to send it. I don't hate it. You've got a lot of space here towards the canals, towards the open waterway. Franco's going to try and guard this one with the AK, but as Epstein gets that first kill, it isolates Rambly on an island. They now have to do everything themselves. Tiro dies. A great start to the round for the sellers.
Very solid start. Can we see a trade back? No! Steve, great timing. Takes out Rambly. Is just not getting his value today. But we are seeing some value from the from the Deagle, getting that pick up there, and Plane, last one standing. Now, Plane has been always good for a double, but is he good for the quad?
And with just a poor pistol, man. 20 bullets, trying to do it all. If you can even get 1, it'd be better than nothing. The look towards a bit here. And just gonna put this one on ice. 18 bullets left in their AK. Nobody really in the positive quite yet from the sellers. I mean, you've only really got Epstein, who's above a positive KD. For Plane, they may just go look to pick up that dropped rifle from Gus, if at all possible. They've only got a flash and a smoke left to go, and at this point, they're just gonna wrap it around.
Alrighty. Plane. Not in the best position to save. Not really a lot to save here, right? Full armor and a pistol. As long as he doesn't use his util, it could be worth it. But at the end of the day, I think he's in a really bad position money-wise that no matter what, he needs to find an exit pick. He needs to upgrade to a rifle because next round his team's going to be able to buy and he's just not. Oh, he found an MP9. Is that good enough? Full armor MP9 5.7? Yeah, it's good enough. It's great, but it'll do compared to losing his life.
And it's maybe an extra $1 that you save going forward because DNK really needs to start to avalanche this half away. The question for the sellers, What happens now that they've got full rifles, and can they extend it even further? Because DNK is still not in a position to really buy. I mean, even Rambly, who has the most money, actually, Deathera has the most money, is still only down to 3,000. It's a bridge rush. They're going to try and send some of those flashes out, garner some space here on the big wooden doors. But Gus is there and very patient, not pushing anything yet.
Ooh, spray down. Nice. Oh my days. What a sprays. There we go. Another one. No, finally traded out by the 5-7 here. But can we find more value? Of course, 1 for 3. I'm not really good at math. And it's just not it. So let's see this.
I think for Deathera, if you can get out and grab a rifle, that would be fun. But I think that the Sellers know that. They want to guard this position, and they'll pick up yet another kill. Gus has found the second. A double kill here in this round in Plane. The timing loses the 50-50, but gets the flick. Why not? Connection there in the headshot, Plane to the bomb, and a rifle pickup from Plane, who has one of his 3 kills that he has in the entire map here in this round, and will die to a backstab. Franco's got him. The Sellers, their first lead of this map.
Crazy. Actually crazy. 3-4 now, and this is rough. DNK. I mean, walking into a molly, why is that their thing? Have we noticed this? Have we noticed this?
I have.
It just seems like they like being on fire, but this is an Overwatch. That's a bad thing. So having this game keep going, I need to see them hold these tight angles and actually punish, but the flash is perfect. But we just get one. We get the molly. We get the burn down, but Plane's traded out, and we ego swing instead of wait for our team. And that means that we are able to get the trade up, but is this enough? We've given up sight.
And with the bomb plan as well, they're able to molly out that extra room. Tira's dead. I mean, this is a 2v2 with control of E-Box still in DNK's favor. You do wonder for Deathera. Rambly's got that op, which actually makes things tough at this close range setup. The damage from Haig. Close range, no scope! He hits him to the dome, and he'll get another! Count it for a double kill. DNK needed that round.
Wow, just... Okay, DNK is able to take it. I mean, great start. They had the life advantage. We had a beautiful double down. But now, with the tied game, we're back to where we were last game, where we're seeing some mistakes not being punished and then punishing anyways. So the question now is, will we see the Sellers really lock this in? At the end of the day, a lot of the shots that we're seeing here from these players, beautiful, but not consistent enough. We need that consistency here, Llama. And now... looks like we are going to be seeing that B push.
They're definitely threatening it. I think for the Sellers, they're given a lot of space, actually, towards the outside boat docking. With 90 seconds still left to go, they can work this. If they can take down Deathera, who is the lone defender of this A site, it's a pretty ease of access to get in there. And 4 rounds is already phenomenal on the T side, and they've still got 4 left to go. Tiro under a lot of pressure here in the bridge, finding damage and finds the trade. Finds some good follow-up damage on Steve as well.
I'll take it. Very clean here from them. But is it going to be enough? Is that one pick, the one trade on either side, going to be able to allow them to get onto this site? The problem that I'm looking at is that we're kind of leaving one player on a Deathera, who's been having a little bit of a struggle holding these 1v3s, 1v4s. So we do see the rotate coming through. Rambly's there, op now in hand. Lots of antsy movement here. Not a lot of patience coming out from DNK.
It's also, it was a 2-2 setup, but they've actually rotated Rambly back over to help on B. They sniff it out wrong again, and Deathera has to be huge, has to be bigger than anything. 30 seconds left to go. Steve has got the bomb. They're low health. Franco's going to be the spearhead as the Flammable is dropped on their feet. Franco gets separated, but still gets the kill. They're delayed from the molly as they just enter in on through the smoke. The plant is down. We're in a 3v4 post plant.
Not terrible. Not great. But definitely not bad. Pushed up. Shots. Trying to go through those smokes. Trying to lock these in. And there's a spray, and there's the trade. Plane. Now, He can get a double. He can do his classic double down. But what he needs to do is find out where is this player hiding. Assumes that maybe one's going to be sticking on that ticker. Might be able to get the AK, but picking it up, he just chooses to run. No time, and DNK opts to give the round to save it for the life of Plane, which is okay. But are we going to see him actually get out in time? Spots out one. The nade, no, the bomb does enough damage that they cannot fight him anymore.
Escapes with the AK, but that is a small and inconsequential reward to the rounds that the Sellers are stacking up here. 5 out of the last 6, and their ability and patience to force a rotate for DNK to mid out of just literally doing nothing. And then GigaChat gameplay, just walking through a smoke, why don't you? With 3 rounds left to go in the half, the Sellers still lead by 1.
Still in that slight lead, might be enough. Ooh, okay. We've seen this angle so many times where someone just gets an immediate pick. We're not going to be watching it that time. Patience coming out from the Sellers. Looking okay here, Llama. But the main concern that I have is going to be Hedge. Going on up. There. Trying to make some noise. But this is an A execute, if I've ever seen one.
Franco dies in the process of trying to get there. Dethera finally steps back in. Looks like they're flipping the script. They want B right now. Plane is going to be the big guard. He's got 2 places to look and only 1 gun to look there. His eyes are enlightened by X-Light and Tiro finding their kills. All 3 of them. Isolate, take down, and so far DNK yet to lose a member. They will chase down Gus, but Gus has found the first damage on the 2nd and 3rd. Finds the 3K, but it's DNK that finally gets their round going.
Wow. What a close set. Why are these sets so close here? This is a very intriguing map and a very intriguing match. What's the strat? What's the plan for the next round? Can DNK tie us up? That's the real question. Will DNK tie us up?
I think the one big advantage DNK also has is they have the safety net of taking that first map. Even if things go wrong here, they know they'll get to play a 3rd one. So they've got a little bit of house money, but they would definitely love to win these last 2 rounds, make it tough for the Sellers when they flip sides. And the Sellers, credit to them, again, they picked T-side. We were criticizing it at the beginning, but no criticism able to be levied. They'd played consistent. And especially when you talk about Gus, who's now on 10 kills, finds Tiro, but gets traded quickly. Rambly under pressure. They're going to get smoked away here off their exit, trying to play off that head peek jiggle, but can't find a life to play off of. Epstein gets the kill. Dethera is once again left in a clutch scenario.
Up close, personal. Gets one. Doesn't get the second. Unfortunate there. That's a mechanical diff. And now it's just playing in a 1v2 and playing FAMAS only. Can one tap Epstein. Might be able to swing out, but the Franco clean with it. Just completely shuts him down.
They'll get themselves a 6th, a guaranteed tied half here from the Sellers. And just exploiting that bridge control. Their ability to stack rounds together, although it's been tumultuous in the last couple of rounds. The Sellers retake their lead and have a chance to move it into a better position. Game 1 ended in overtime. This map number 2 has a chance to do the exact that. DNK trying to at least get a tied half.
Here we are. Sprays down. Nice. Good double down. Can we see any more coming out from DNK? Try to tie this up. 6-6. Ideal. Even. With a minute 30. This default splitting everybody across each part of the map. Waiting for Gus to just try to get that entry. But it's not happening. No CTs are going to be getting extra aggressive. Even if there are guns on the ground that they really desperately need.
DNK is also in a weird spot too where, again, Dethera has to be the clutch king. Tira's going to go back to help defend mid, but doesn't really have long range to be able to help out. So just sitting on the window paned door. We'll gather the information, but as that smoke goes out, Dethera pushes forward. Big kills here! It's good trades, and it's a team kill from Steve onto Gus. They stack up in a bad way. And now Steve, 8 and 7, doesn't even go for the bomb spin, but will get the bomb plant.
Nice. Good shot from Tiro. Able to now get himself a rifle and now try to go for the easy defuse. It doesn't matter. It's the last round. He gets the defuse down and he's able to get the gun. So not too shabby, but now it's time for a 6-6 half to transition over to a new game, a new strategy for these players, and a replay. Hopefully something clean from this. Hopefully a change of pace. Obviously, we've seen, I would say, a disappointing showcase from Rambibly. I think that we didn't really see him fully hold that mid spot a lot on CT. However, we know that he's a very aggressive player, and that aggression now easily leans more towards T side here, Llama.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about for DNK, what they've got to do is really tough. Obviously, they want to win this series right here and now. But best case scenario, I mean, you've got to find this pistol round to start things off. You need to find ways to push the effort, to push the needle even further in your favor. And I don't hate that they call a timeout before they have to do it. But that trophy icon sits in the exact same place for both of these two teams. They've got one goal. Get themselves just a few more rounds to push them over the edge. And for DNK to try and win the series.
Alrighty. Let's see if DNK is going to be able to re-hit and reset themselves up for success. Currently splitting it up, wanting to just try to get themselves onto a site. Really fast aggression down middle. And this is where they are going to push into hedge. But no, they back away into a crazy crossfire. Oh, this is terrible. But they managed to 180 anyways. And the push from hedge is not fast enough to get to, which means that life advantage is online. The run and gun down you are, leaving Gus 3K, who needs to get a 3K.
12 kills, 11 deaths. Needs to up it to 15 if they want to win it here. DNK, this would be such a good start. But the health bars aren't phenomenal. Xlight on 45, Tiro and Dethera both on 69 respectively. And as he continues to push in the site, Gus does have that defusal kit. The one good silver lining here. But at this point, not a lot of space, not a lot of time. He's going to try rewrapping through the cave. We'll get some damage, but now they know your position. They get the extra kill via a headshot. Tiro, Xlight, both find themselves double kills. And that's the round towards DNK's favor.
Here we go. 6-7. DNK in the lead now. And I gotta say, the sellers, I feel like, have really kind of lost their tempo. There was a lot of back and forth and a very early turnaround for them last game. And we're just not seeing that same energy. So, honestly, I need to see some more. Heg's trying his best to carry them. He's trying his best for these first bloods. And he manages. Gets the first one down. Xlight is gone. And here comes another push from Steve. This is the aggression that works. And they're playing off each other so beautifully. Now backing up for Franco to swing. Oh, Rambly, though. Beautiful. Oh, my days. What a re-hit. And what an ability for them to really lock this in.
Gotta be careful here of Gus. If they don't clear, it could just die, and that's what they do. Dethera gets the trade, and it'll have to be the true Clutch King this time. Nice little look from Hedge. Gonna try and go for the trade up. Re-ups on the ammo. Trying to take the Deagle down, they will. Dethera down to 49, but does not know where this last player is. It could all come down to a piece of timing. Now checking upwards! Epstein's got the headshot, blows it open, and transfers it to a 7-7.
Here we go. 7-7. Llama. I gotta hand it to him. Beautiful, beautiful fucking eco. Absolutely clean. But the main thing that I really gotta see is DNK just focusing on objective. Remember last game? They had a complete domination of the economy early because they just went for those plants. And now they're just getting picked off, trying to go for these picks and picks and picks and picks. And unfortunately, they're not going to have a lot of money doing that. I need to see them go for objectives and just play time.
It's their map pick as well. You would assume they know it a little bit better. But at this point, the Sellers in a much better economical spot. You do wonder if DNK sort of sniffs out all this pressure coming through the electrical room and heads over towards that A site. Right now, Gus and Steve are kind of bolstered up there. But DNK, if they want to play together, that's one of the best sites to do it. Cut off some of those long angles. They do have a smoke and a flash, two very important pieces of utility that could quite literally change this round.
This could make or break it. It's definitely possible. But Gus wanting to really lock this in. Looking at the mid presence is massive for these players. And Plane gets a good shot here onto Hage, able to maybe slow them down. Abstain, trying to just keep his crosshair where it needs to be. Steve wants to get the re-aggress. The rifle spots one, but Steve's down to Tero. Luckily, his teammates are doing his job, getting the double down. But now it's to keep pushing forward. Gus survives the dink. Takes the headshot of 20 HP, and we don't commit the plant. We try to get aggro here. This is the same mistake we did last time. The exact same way the round ends, trying to push up with a deagle and not getting the plant down for the team.
You lose a lot of money there, but for DNK, I think the good news of that round, they did get a lot of those early kills. That's going to benefit them. The deagle headshots hitting. They find 2 in total towards the end of things. And even better shots there from Gus, who, true to the name, earns another 3K. 19 kills for Gus. Make that 17, actually, leading the entire lobby, though. Right now, DNK still on a force buy, just trying to work off these deagles. X-Lite is the only one with really anything upgraded, and everybody's starting to take some damage.
Lots of damage. Not a whole lot of options. Edge. Trying to push on up. I think he spotted the shoulder. He might have just barely seen them. Goes for the smoke, but it's too late. And he's just got a whole W key. What a play. But wait, X-Lite gets one. Finding that value is not worth it. And now another player, up close and personal, might be able to see it. Tiro wants to go on in. Well, pushing into a smoke, no util to back him up, is going to be a little bit of a suicidal play. Franco holding down the main. And he just gets 2.
Unpunished on the reload. I mean, just a clean and crisp round. The Sellers, I mean, they were a little bit stretched thin there because they had to put a player in electrical box because they dropped that rifle, didn't want to give it over too easy. But DNK has just been without weapons. I don't hate the dual swing. Really good job there from X-Lite, as you mentioned, to at least get 1. But the smokes were perfect, the shots were perfect, and with 1 bullet to spare, Franco clutches up the round. And DNK is all of a sudden in a position where if they don't win this round, it could cost them the entire map.
It could. It could desperately change things here. But the question comes down to, will we see some aggression? Will we see some real setbacks for this team? They're up. Guiltil online. Nade. Try to go for the swing. We're not quite seeing it. Beautiful nade, though. Does chunk down Plane quite a bit. Llama. With rifles in hands, they are waiting for the Sellers to make a mistake, but they're not. They have to try to entry, but every time they're traded off. So Llama, the question is, are they going to have to get faster here?
I mean, they've got the smoke, and they've got Tira and Dethera, who both earned themselves a kill, so they don't even need to get fast. The fastest is just given to them. A boost of Nitro. A setup from Steve. That's a tough little corridor to fight in, and they know it. Dethera backs off. 4v2 here, and it looks like they're already going for a save, recognizing their money is not great either. And the Sellers, the last thing they would want to do is give DNK free rounds. Fast aggression. That is what we wanted to see, and it works out this round from DNK.
Works out. DNK needs this. The saves comes out. How many guns can they walk away with? And honestly, the question is, how many guns could DNK walk away with? They're still needing to get away from that bomb. There we go. Finally, they're out of the range. All right. And everyone survives. No fights. A very calm end to an exciting round.
And it also means with that calmness, you get the saved over weapons, right? You get Steve and Gus, who both survive. You've got that picked up AK, which does have a little bit better magazine if you're trying to fight a multitude of opponents. The big thing right now, the scoreboard is one of the biggest things that matters. The Sellers lead by 1. DNK with weapons, though, to change that. And they've got even more utility this round than they did in the last one. Epstein is going to make a move out early. They get super flashed as Franco takes down Rambly. And once again, DNK has to question where they want to go in this round, finding a player off the pillar on the low ground. Plains got 1. Make it a double.
Nice. Huge. Plane making it a double all the time. This guy knows what to do, and can we see it going? Steve lead trying to find it. X Light goes in with 1, but Steve's able to get the trade. Another high ground play. It's Tiro who got just beautiful timing on that to flank the CTs, leaving Franco alone up in hand in a 1v3.
Breaking the glass off the door, that's a little bit mean. Some renovation costs for sure. DNK, though, they've got the bomb down. They've got to deal with Franco. They've got to know. They're searching the other bomb site. If they can isolate that, they can. There's the first. Running over is Plane. After the death of their teammate, they'll bury them in a grave, but so will Franco. Buried and done. DNK yoinks another. Edu, we're back to tied up.
Back to being tied. I'll take it. Welcome to a very intense set, and welcome to a chance that Plane is able to keep up these double downs. I mean, that's a Galil. And if they can keep it going, DNK takes the set. DNK, we will see you tomorrow. But the Sellers know that they're a good player. The Sellers know that they have good teams. So what they need to do is really lock this in and shut these players outright. Now the question is, can they do it? Can they completely knock these players down?
Not Gus. Unfortunately for him, he was completely blind. Steve was the only rifle they have, and, well, Franco gets 1 before X-Lide puts them in the dirt. DNK, great start to the round. Love the aggression mixed with their knowledge of how they work this map, and now all of a sudden it's down to Hedge and Epstein, who don't have the best weaponry to fight this.
Wow. Just kind of crazy with it, genuinely. Like, these guys very clean with what they're trying to do here. Now Tier goes for the spray. He gets traded out, the re-hit. And now Hedge is alone. 1v3, but DNK's happy with this. So Hedge has to go for the save. Knows he doesn't have what it takes to get 3 players down. Might go around the map scavenging for a better weapon.
7 HP is so rough, too, to try and fight this at the lonesome. Dethera is caught. How about that? Big headshot and should be able to grab that rifle off the ground. Best case scenario for Hedge, but honestly, worst case scenario for the Sellers. Their 9-7 lead disappears in a poof, and so does Edge by the pistol of X-Lite, who finds themselves a double kill. Double digits, a familiar scenario for DNK.
Yeah. I don't know how to feel about this. Double digits for DNK. Sellers, they start off really strong on this map, but there's just something about DNK. They're kind of feeling themselves to lock it in and try to be a little bit more committal. But at this round, this next moment, we do still see that attack side op that might be able to find value. It's really down to Point, though. If Point keeps it going, this could be it.
They're gambling it all on this round. I mean, realistically, the money isn't there. You'd have to fight for round 22 after this, and that would already be DNK on series point, not just map point. Dethera, very, very patient. Franco, the close range could kill it all. Dethera, from that nade, not seen out, and all of a sudden just walks through. Will pay for it with their life. X-Lite gets 1 back, but it's that double op kill that puts the Sellers up 1. All the while, DNK has been evaluating their chances of assaulting through the mid-bridge.
Yeah, very nice here to see. But question I want to really look at is, will B-Site have enough defense against these 3? Plane is still alive. He's been the main entry here, and Tiro knows how to clutch these. And what a swing. Rambly just going in with the op. Able to grab 1, but Plane's gone. Tiro needs to trade him out, but he can't either. Gus gets a double kill. Can he get the 3K? Can he live up to the name? We're looking for those lurked. Oh, he made noise. And now he has to commit. People know where he's at. Does he have time to go all the way around? Flashes out. Oh, it's good for one, but that's going to tie us up here, Llama.
I mean, it's a good idea, but at the same time, it's those early kills that are just crunching the back right now of DNK, who can't find a consistent lead. It feels like we are on yet another train derailment to overtime. And it really comes down to, again, this round is big. That last round was not clean by any means for the Sellers. They don't have a lot of money, but neither does DNK. This is such a toss-up in terms of economy.
Yeah, big toss-up here. Kind of concerning. Kind of concerning, but let's see if the second buy round of DNK is going to be enough to keep them up. Both teams are fighting for their economy. Both teams are fighting for a spot at the finals here. $500 is on the line. That Thera needs to get them in, ready to flash their team up. It's a big push coming out through water. And hello, you're turned around, hedges down. Epstein up close, might be able to find one, but he only gets the one before the trade. But now Steve, the flank of the flank, and they're flanking the flankings. Let's see if this flanker is going to be able to get the timing down as the Thera is guarding it and spots out one, but 4 traded. Steve downed as well. It's up to Franco, up in hand. Welcome to another saved round.
He's just going to wrap spawn here. Try and get an exit frag. DNK, with their control, they lost 2. That's going to cost them. But the Sellers, they lost the round, and that's going to cost them even more. DNK already with the series advantage, and Franco's trying to isolate the angle. The backside shot from Rambly here will go, and Franco picks up their first kill of the round. They should be able to say this AWP bomb about to go. And DNK doesn't want to invest any more resources. But they walk away with the round. They are that much closer to not only a grand finals berth, but, I mean, taking the series in a sweep.
Yeah, in a very clean sweep. Could definitely be doable. But honestly, if DNK is able to take this, I'm very curious about tomorrow. I still don't think that the Sellers are out. I think that there's a very high likelihood that we have another overtime on our hands.
I mean, it's right here, right? Franco's op, 1,300 in the bank. This is gambling on yourself right now. Steve, 11 and 14, trying to find their grip. You look at DNK, who's already started good. Plains got the flash off the teammate and got that kill, but Rambly dies in the process. So you do have that op still in play from Franco, and more importantly, the damage onto Steve. One of the biggest rifles on their side is down to just 37 HP. For a hedge could ruin their entire plans. They double check it, they stack up, and both of them die! An insane look, and Steve will back him up with a headshot. It is a nightmare scenario from DNK, and Thera has to pull off the 1v4.
Wow. Actually so hard, but Thera gets one. And can't get the second. Welcome to a tied game. To 11-11, to this team needing to have one more buy, staggered as ever, to avoid match point advantage. Now, they could go for a light buy and then just try to guarantee OT. That'd be tough. That would be incredibly hard for this team. But if anyone can, I think DNK is able to just force up and give it a shot. However, they're relying heavily on Plains Galil. We've seen what it could do for the First Bloods. But can it do it again?
And it's important that they get some sort of kills here. I mean, if they don't, the chances of going into a round 24 with nothing in the back pocket, avoiding overtime altogether and just going straight to a map number 3. Xlight wants to go. The execute on bridge. 3v5 straight up here. Epstein has to be big. Franco gets the first. There's a big headshot. And a cut down through electrical box. Plane gets one back. Needs more. Franco's still here. Everybody's dead but Xlight, who will die in the electrical box, or will they? Actually gets the headshot, will end up dying. The AWP from Franco survives, deadly as ever, and the poison shards continue to connect. DNK gambled it all and lost it all.
That's not good. That's definitely going to be a setback for them right now. And with that setback, I'm unsure and uncertain about if they can even manage to take us to overtime. This is not going to be easy. This could be the complete shutdown and setback for this team. With CS, PGCS, this is not going to be an easy set for anyone. But Franco has an op. And he's blind. almost connects the shot, but does not quite land it. And Gus with the spray, just X-Light's gone. And their entire play is to just macro 10 rush. And it's over. It's just one left. It's over. It's done. We have to go to map 3 now. A Dust 2 of all time.
I mean, that's insane. They gamble it all on a half buy in the last round and just cannot get anything going. And then the rush is caught in plain sight. They can't catch out the reload. They can't catch out that op. Franco's AWP surviving for like 4 or 5 rounds there towards the end of the map truly decided everything. And, you know, getting to go to map number 3 feels awesome for us. We get to watch more action, but for the players, I don't think as much. For DNK, you had that map in your hands, were unable to close it out, and now we've got one decider left to go. Before we head there, we're going to head to a short break, so make sure if you're not already, hit the follow or subscribe button, turn on those notifications, and we'll see you for map number 3.
It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best, teach a system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared, ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your...
And welcome back, everybody, to the PGCS. That's the Plausible Gaming Championship Series. And here is the semifinals final map with, of course, an insanely tense game 1 and 2. My name is Edu, and I'm joined with Llama as we are looking to see if we could finish this. And Llama, where are we vacationing in our final map of the day?
It's a sandy resort, we'll say. I don't know if it's the best beach vacation, but we're going to Dust 2 as the finale for today's series. And it's not only a Dust 2 decider, obviously the winner of this one will move on to play in the grand finals tomorrow. I think one of the big things that you get from playing first for the LFO good guys who are currently sitting in the grand finals already, now they're getting even more footage on whoever wins this series. They're going to have 3 maps of footage on them when they go to play them in the grand finals.
Yeah, lots of VOD review going to be easily handed over. Now, the thing is I see a lot of struggle with DNK. I see a lot of that. And the thing that we're going to be looking forward to in this final map of Dust 2 is going to be the Oppers. I think that what we saw or hinted at was a very solid op in the hands of Rambly. Now, the real question that I have is, will that op find its mark in a map that has kind of been tweaked away from ops outside of long? It could. I think that the MP9 in Estain's power, I think he has a little bit of a power grip there on the MP9 play that we saw from Ancient. I think that SMGs have been very critical here, Llama. So overall, I am of the utmost opinion that this is going to be yet again another incredibly close match, but I think that fatigue is going to be the real decider here. Who can actually play this much? This is a lot of overtimes. This is a lot of very close matches.
I mean, it's kind of the complete opposite with what we start as. The good guys almost took their first series in like an hour and a half, and these guys are out here playing 2.5 hours of Counter-Strike with only 2 maps done. So a lot of that fatigue will definitely set in. And also for both these two teams, all that fatigue racks up to someone's going to walk away today and say, oh, okay, all that fatigue, it was worth it. We won the match. We're in the grand finals. And someone's going to be like, man, all that fatigue we put in, we were just that close. We had so many of those matches, so many of those moments that were defined by single kills or single players. And when you look at this map 3 reset, it's often interesting when you talk about momentum, because you have a DNK squad that did win map number 1. They fought it out and well deserved it back in overtime. But that was almost an hour ago. When you talk about the momentum, it feels like now the Sellers have so much more of it, even if that last match was only decided by a single round.
Yeah, and now that this match needs to be decided ASAP, they need to know who's going to that finals, who's going to the best of 500 on the line, and who's prepared to come back next season, season 11, where you can sign up, where we have doubled the prize pool, where we have doubled the amount that you guys can earn, and of course, we've also doubled the amount of time we're going to be spending on you guys. So make sure you join our Plausible Gaming. Make sure that you join the LFG. Find a team for season 11, as we are finding a team for the finals today. Let's see if we can see something really clean here from these 2 final semifinalists. But at the end of the day, I am going to have to see DNK start locking in a little bit, because those Sellers are definitely doing a great job of locking this in.
They did a great job, especially to close out that map. And you know, we go back to that round 21. It was 10-10. Both teams kind of had no economy left in the bank. We could very much be talking about a different story of DNK sweeping the series and them finding their economy and finding all those picks. But realistically, their T side has looked a little bit rough around the edges across both maps throughout the day today. And when they go to this third map, it is going to be exciting to see how they bounce back. Speaking of the third map, let's hop right on back into it. The finale, the decider. One team must win. Let's find out who.
Let's see it. Welcome to Dust, guys. We've been here a while. We've been on this map before. We know what it's about, and we also know about rushing mid and getting traded out. And we're seeing Gus get 3 kills while completely blind. 4! Oh my god, Gus just almost got an ace in pistol round. Actually insane.
You don't believe it until you see it. I mean, Gus is the real deal. An incredible setup. Those kills not only give yourself some confidence to start out this one with a bang, but also the buys, the avalanche as we talked about throughout the series. Gus has got the M4, so does Hedge. Tira's going to try and fight this one through mid as the rest of the team is backed up behind him. Maybe you can find one sort of kill. Epstein kind of playing a rotary position. This is a catwalk fight. Plane gets one, but not before Franco bursts him down. 20 bullets, well enough, as the 2 kills from DNK may be all they will get. Rambling, last alive.
Ooh. Somehow, already a mid push that is just massacred more. I think Ramblin knows that this is a light buy. He just has to go for the picks. Does have that bomb in hand. Does have the ability to rotate. Llama. He has to get that pick, and he does it. Just barely misses the shot, and that's going to be the Spenders starting off with a lead for the first time today. Very clean.
And it's a double lead. I mean, it's 2 rounds in a row here that they just find their mark, they fight through mid, and they trust in themselves. Again, Franco with that smaller mag is just able to get the job done. You talk about multiple different players. We asked at the beginning of the series, who was going to be the more well-rounded team? Right now, that looks like the Sellers, clear and cut.
Yeah, very much so. Very clean all around. This is the kind of gameplay that I wish I could see from them a lot more often. And let's see if it's going to be enough to actually finish this off. Ooh. Very aggressive cat push. Franco going for the flash. Mollies him off. Gets dinked here. Has to back it up. Somehow only takes 20 damage. Re-hitting. And now it's going to be a mid-split. Might be able to spot somebody here, but this is very good for Heg.
I like that flash over top. I mean, Tiro's already got a kill, sure, but this is an overrun of a site. Nobody looks up. Dethera's there, and DNK's got their answer. The plant is in, and for the Sellers, they actually don't have a ton of money because they rebought into those M4s. So they are just playing their spawn and playing for the save. I don't hate it, but at the same time, you've got 3 members left alive. They decide against pushing it.
All right. Going on up now. Lots of saves. Hunting them down, trying to maybe get them back on the map. And now, honestly, a pretty standard turnaround here from DNK. Being able to get the plant down, survive with all 5 players. That's a flawless round for them. Not going to find any extra value, but Llama, I have to admit, what we're looking at from DNK is being a little bit more patient, which I think that was a little bit of their struggle in a couple of these rounds where they're pushing through smokes, they're shooting each other, they're just not relaxed. And now that we're here, I think they're doing a lot better.
I tend to agree. And now that they've got rifles, it makes it even more interesting to battle through that patience. The Sellers have got a really interesting setup this time around. They've put Epstein down in the low tunnels, while DNK sets up to try and take A long, which is currently uncontested other than Franco. X-Light here on the duel. There's a man right on the other side of that box. Epstein, Rambly, finding looks, and it is Epstein on the first kill. And now for DNK, they've rethought out where they want to go. Instead of going A long, they'll go right back into this mid crossfire.
Alrighty. Pushing themselves up now. We do see life advantage, but the problem that I'm looking at is CTs aren't taking any tons control, right? So we're not going to be seeing any more trades, but that's fine. They could back up. They've already gotten theirs. So now holding this down, now holding here on A, it's just going to be Gus 3K. Epstein trying to hold this back in mid, flashes, and then rotates to double up with their teammates. The 2-3 strat's working great. And this crossfire is going to be an absolute blender here. Rambley's able to get the trade, but Rambley needs to re-hit and get Epstein. Spots him out once, but determines, okay, my teammate's mid. I'm going to start rotating here. And honestly, Llama, there's a chance that they can clutch this up if Dethera gets this pick.
Yeah, Franco's the main target here. Misses the shot, pulls out the pistol, still gets the damage, and still gets the kill. Franco obliterates them, and now Rambley will have to do it all with just 20 HP. They've got the bomb, but they no longer want to fight this. They no longer want to play these games and will die to Epstein's Shredder. 2K from Epstein, 2K from Gus. And the Sellers once again find another rifle round to go their way.
Pretty solid, honestly. Exactly what you want to see from this team. And now, let's see if DNK has an opportunity to bring this back. This is not going to be easy. This is not going to be something that these guys are going to be able to just whip out and pop off with. The problem is that this is the round that matters most in the DNK timing. Their early game domination on map 1 was 100% opted in via their rifle rounds. And unfortunately, they've given so many rifles over that it looks like a T versus T team. And honestly, I need to see if DNK is going to be able to catch any of these players out of their comfort zone. No one's pushing mid anymore. Everyone's just holding tight angles. In Dust 2, CT sided is albeit nowadays. It's very difficult to push into.
The double smoke on the crosser, though, give themselves some more protection from above. Gus finds a spray for 2, and he's going to hit the reload as Epstein finds yet another double. It is 5 versus 1, and Plane is walking into a complete massacre of a scene. Flawless round, full house built up, and the Sellers put DNK back to $0 in the bank account.
Wow. A little bit unfortunate there that we did see them push these players out, but 4-1, being able to lock this down, DNK, I think, is running into fatigue. A lot of their player pushes aren't really working too well. They're not playing off of the util properly. They're not nading, breaking through all these smokes. They're just getting pushed off. So now, in that high ground position, you are going to be seeing a little bit more of that mid rush, and Epstein knows how to tuck this.
Oh, that jumping shot is theoretically just insane, and now they've got the push, they've got the kill. DNK, where was this team 2 rounds or even a round ago? Steve will try and put them down and will double kill both headshots as they keep peeking up and they keep dying. Still 22 bullets. That's 22 more possible kills for how well they've already been performing. But Rambley's got the long deagle shot. Epstein and Gus will have to fight it all as Dethera works off the picked up AWP.
Ooh, what a shot there from Xli, being able to take out Gus. And now Epstein having to do really just go. What? Okay. They're kind of just jumping into Epstein's crossfire. He gets him, gets one, crosshairs down, and what a shot from Dethera. All right. That's not what I anticipated, but a beautiful pickup there. And now DNK back on the board, back with some money, and back and ready to fight. Hopefully tying us up for another close match.
This was a really aggressive hit, and they found out where that AWP was. That shot right there from Rambley really sealed the round. And then this at the end. I mean, the filthiness of that op shot. DNK cutting the lead in half here, but Hedge is going to find a first. There's the spray for the second. They will not enter through double doors without blood being spilled.
Here we go. Looks like a little bit of a long push, and by a little bit, I mean the entire remaining team wanting to now get on up. Very concerned about all of the potential rat spots that we could see spenders or sellers want to try to commit to. Great nade. There goes most of Heg's HP. But that's the only... Wait, no, Plane also has a nade. But I think they now know this guy's one hit. And the flash from his teammate, Epstein, from across the map is able to blind Long and save Heg one pick to make it really worth it. And there's Tiro getting one down. 2-2. Rambly needs to get that bomb planted. And is now stuck on site with an op.
Epstein has gotten really deep in here, though. That AWP player not super healthy. The shots are good. Epstein's got their headshot, and Gus has got an extra. Slicing them apart on these retakes. The Sellers, and what looked like to be a horrible round, they finally get their retake and crunch their way in through some really nice play smokes.
Very well played. Very clean from what we saw. And now the question is, what is the strat here? What's the next step in this team's strat for really turning this game all the way around? Honestly, I think it is going to come down to the DNK players locking down with some of their post plants, having the opper be the one to plant the bomb instead of guarding Long. That could have been a very different play if we just put the bomb on the right person. But now look at this though. Sellers pushing up. Franco somehow takes an immediate control before getting traded out, actually giving away an op. It was a great play if he had been able to escape, but he wasn't.
That was a kill with a Tech 9. I don't know why DNK are just performing better on these eco rounds, but maybe it's given them a little bit more blind luck, more chances to try and fight without fear of losing those weapons. DNK, they've got themselves 2 rounds, and in this one, they've got the double op setup, they've got the picked up one, and they've got X-Lite, who bought in. The question is really going to be, what can they do with the Thera, who's got that AK? Tiro wants to push this, but the problem is they've only got 60 seconds left to go. Very forward position from the Sellers. They are not guarding one of their 2 main sites well.
This is a really stressful game for them. Really stressful. And what a pickup. We are going to see Tiro go down. Hopefully, DNK can keep up their momentum that they built up from the early round with those pistols, but walking into flashbangs constantly getting pushed back. And now, Gus 3K, almost alone on site, has to have Epstein rotate fast enough, but these smokes, perfect for pushing them into the site. Are they going to be able to get one? No, one. And done. But it's just Rambly. Knows he has to get the plant down. Tries to commit it, but the run and gun right through the box. 4-round differential here for the Sellers.
I like that they played that retake together, just not giving it any sort of chance. They find another round where, sure, they give over an AWP, but little do they care. DNK down to just an SSG and a couple $1,000 remaining in the inventory. The economy for the Sellers is not phenomenal because they're losing a lot of players in these rounds, but I mean, realistically, they are in full control of this map, which again is the decider. There's no more second chances after this.
Not what you want to hear. Not what you want to hear if you are this team. But an unfortunate situation that they have to stick in. Let's see what's going to happen next year. Ooh, going for it. Nice play. The run and gun actually manages to make it work. And they get the gun. But with that gun, they don't keep pushing. They know that there could be an up, and they don't know about Long. So they commit back to going mid and trying to default to try to find another pick here. But Llama, this back and forth that's constantly happening is not ideal. The shots coming out could be all that they need. But there's just no space. They've managed to get a pick and get a gun, but they're not getting any momentum. And now going into this attack, they only have one flashbang. And he's gone. The flash player is out. They can't flash in. They have to just dry this.
And a shot from Franco, though, cost them everything. I mean, that was their AWPer that was watching the side. Second shot doesn't miss. Third will connect on the head through the box. And it's another that misses. So 2 for 4 in the overall shooting puts Rambly in a 3-on-1 scenario. But the Flames will deny the early plant. Rambly does have the bomb. They've got to time this well. Through the stairway, did you see him? The answer is no. Gus finds their first kill of the round. But it's the 4th unique player to get a kill from the Sellers as they work together as a team to find lucky number 7.
Yeah, and very lucky number. Very lucky for these guys to be able to like turn this around. But at the end of the day, getting through here is not going to be easy. What I'm looking at now, at the end of each of these rounds, you have just a complete dominance of sites. You have a dominance of being able to hold them down. And now, are we going to be seeing anything to truly turn this around?
They've got money on DNK's side. Might not have their lives soon. That nade was perfect. One slips in, but doesn't take down Franco. Must have just not seen him. Rambly not able to go off that flash and dies for their efforts. 5-9 so far in this third map. You wonder for Hedge here, what can you do? Trapped on the low ground is really relying on some retake value. They're just going to give away the site.
Oof. Not easy. But a nice shot from Tiro. Epstein being able to grab one more. Good trade up for them. And look at this point blank door fight. It is not going to assume that there are two, but this is where the bomb's planted. Steve wanting to now try to make it in. The nade cutting Plane down and no HP. Dathera needs to cover this so his teammate isn't alone, but he's gone as well. And now Plane in a 1v2 and not a great spot will get executed down. And the Sellers are still in the lead by 6 rounds.
I mean, the double kills continue to get better and better. I want to point out for a second that, yes, Gus is at 13 kills, but the kill-death ratio is now over 4.0. 13 and 4 has been very safe with their life, has been able to buy teammates multiple of a times, and you copy that with Epstein's 11 kills and only 4 deaths as well. You talk about two guys that are absolutely lighting up at the exact right time.
Just perfect. Perfect ways for these guys to be playing it. And now, I think what we're looking at here is DNK kind of a fall from grace. You know, these guys won the first game. They almost were able to take the second. And now they're not putting up much of a fight in the third. But trying again that mid presence, trying again to take that mid. I think this is also showing that they're really unpracticed on Dust 2.
Dathera is not unpracticed on hitting headshots, I'll tell you that. Continues to find isolated kills at the start of rounds, even though they're 6 and 8. Epstein trying to catch that smoke timing and doesn't. Dies for their efforts. X-Light's got an extra. So the Sellers now have a interesting scenario on their hands, as Plane is still locked here in the tunnels, may go for the 1v1 siding. But the timing is good. Gus gets up in time, and Plane will make sure they die from a shot from the back. Half left of the bomb timer. We'll see what the Sellers want to do here. Franco ideally would love to save this AWP. And now we'll be under pressure. DNK definitely going to win this round, unless Franco can find all 4 and then grab hyper boots to steal over to the site. But right now, just hiding in the cubby, will be chased on down, and will land a no-scope! Incredible from Franco, wants the second, but won't get it. Tiro finds their way back in. DNK finds 3.
Absolutely crazy with this. I mean, DNK being able to shut them down so well. It's just not what I had anticipated. Going into this game, you were thinking, okay, these guys, they have a lot on their side. And to be honest with you, I assumed a lot about DNK's gameplay moving in. But now 8 and 3, they've finally been able to start turning it around. I need this consistency 5 rounds ago, but we just don't have it. Now we're finally playing away from the site. This is a free site if we stop baiting ourselves into mid. We got baited pistol round. We got baited last round. We got baited so much to take mid that we've had a free long for most of the game.
Tiro's free on that shot. Steve, the only one without a rifle, gets a free pickup from it. Now, what it does cost them is some space up top. Epstein is going to try and get there quick enough, as DNK already going for the plant here. Trying to earn their 4th round, trying to find a way back into this half with just 1 round left to go. Steve and the rest of the crew are going to wait for that smoke to expire. Now they execute. X-Light has 1 before Dathera dies. They now die on the head peek. Epstein dies to the AWP shot. And that's all that Rambly has left. They're just going to smoke it. They're just going to send you. Tech 9 is not enough. And 9 is what the Sellers get in half number 1.
Wow. Just kind of crazy with it. I'm not going to lie. This is not the anticipation that I had for these guys being able to turn it around. So now 9-3 half, very similar to our first set. Very similar to what we saw from our previous champions. And the fact that these guys are bringing that energy now tells me everything I need to know is that they want to keep it going. They want to keep locking this in. And if they have the chance to do that, then they're going to full send. So I also was pointing out that this is a CT-sided map here, Llama, and I genuinely think that DNK needs to win the next 3 rounds or the game is over.
I have to agree. I mean, the Sellers look so good right now. They're in form, they're playing confident, and more importantly, they're playing together with their speed and their ability to retake. Now that switches up on the T side, though. Some early damage through the big old doors. Rambley finds a big trade. Epstein has got their kill, but hidden away is Dethera, who dies to a headshot as Epstein is going crazy. It lies down into a 2v2, but Tier just can't hit their shots. Stuck in the corner. It is all down to Plane. Them or nothing. 2v1, life or death here as they try and drop a smoke for their entryway, but that molly will delay them on their entry. For the Sellers, the good news is they've got control in terms of players. The bad news is no bomb plant quite yet. 60 seconds to go.
All right, 60 seconds. Not optimal, but definitely still doable. Plane gets one.
Oh.
And he panic moves, and that's not good because they even get the plant. They even get enough money. Oh, I don't think they got at the end there, but what we're looking at now is a 3 to double digits, an ability where everyone's trying their best to just hold them in. Plane has been so relied upon to get these clutches that this movement and the panic out of ammo at a time. But we do see some damage. Taro is actually tearing through. Lots of damage taken. What is happening?
We're going for an SSG duel in round 14 is what we're doing here. Nobody wins. I mean, Tiro is the loser, but not losing their life at least. Plane is in their face and will die. Gus, ready for it. No damage really taken except one bullet. Perfect nade onto Tiro. Rips them out of the round. The fragmentation does them dirty, and it's a five-player rush down catwalk. Just full control here. Tethero try what they can with a deagle, but it's so much space already given to the Sellers. There's a big headshot. Nothing more. The final 2 players limited, and the bomb is planted.
Wow. I'm kind of concerned for them. I'm not gonna lie. This is not ideal. This is not what I wanted to be seeing, but DNK 2v4 pushing up now. Catwalk might be able to try to get a no-scope with this Marshall, the scout words. Might be able to find the pick. No. Has to go for a save. I mean, these guys are gambling. This is literally gambling for $500.
Or the chance to lose to the LFO good guys, I guess. With how clean they've looked, I mean, these 2 teams... Although I will say for the Sellers, their last map here has looked very good. Either one of these teams that finds a win is going to have a tough matchup tomorrow. That's a good reminder for us and everybody at home. Tomorrow, same time, we've got grand finals, a big old best of 5 to decide who's going to walk away with that big prize pool and the crowning of the Season 10 inaugural champions.
Yeah, Season 10. Wow. It's been a long time here. Long time coming to watch this long gameplay keep going. And now, 3-11. Will we see Epstein find some value swinging on out against the flash, but he's actually traded out. And now, Dethera needs to keep it going. Double down. Triple. Can we see another? No. Traded out by Steve. Hedge. Wait, he kills Steve. Poor Steve, no! Gets taken out by his own teammate. The panic, too much noise, too much happening, but what a jump shot. Hedge makes up for it. Might have killed his teammate, but at least killed one more. An X-Lite. Just has an MP9.
You got to time this perfectly. Realistically, still 70 seconds to go. Hedges got that bomb in their back pocket. Ready to plant it if necessary. And there it goes. There's the plan coming down, and Gus has got the final kill. Never a moment of doubt for the Sellers as they bury yet another round. They put themselves on series point with 9 rounds of chances to try and close it out.
Yeah, it's a little scary here. I'm not going to lie. what we're looking at is a very clean setup. And DNK down, what, 9 rounds, as you said? Not a whole lot of options here, Llama. Maybe with this buy, they might be able to use Thera to just get a couple executes. But the fact that Thera is the only person on this team that's even close to going not double negative.
Not a good stat. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's good for the sellers. They found their mark. And so far, they've got the weaponry advantage in this round and even more the utility advantage. DNK, do they get baited in here to the absolute blender that awaits them down through mid? A couple shots go out here from Plane, who's just trying to survive at this point. The sellers, and they're way back into the series. The possibility of a reverse sweep very much in front of them now. They've fought well in every single map, but this could be the round. Epstein, the first to be fallen one, trades his life, but all of that is just for an absolute trade of the site. Thera only gets one, and the site is theirs. It really needs to be Plane who has to sacrifice it all. Puts it on board, doesn't get anything. Steve's got the headshot. The final spray down from Rambly will put them low. It's a bomb plan, but it's a 2v2 for the series.
2v2. All you got is just smokes. One flash from Hig could stop everything. No util on the CT side. Wanting to now push through the window. You do see one player flank, and the no-scope misses. Hedge gets one. And Hedge gets traded. They're still in the game. Dink is alive. DNK is still going.
An interesting decision to not swap off of that AWP. Didn't land the shot. Had a chance to change it all right there. Rambly decides they will pick up that AWP. And DNK, as you said, they're not out of things quite yet. The one thing that they haven't ruined quite yet is the seller's economy. 3 rounds straight of just straight up winning has put them back on rifles straight up again.
Very concerning. Very, very worrying. Here we go. Full-blown rush. Coming out. The CT's now pushing in. Rambly's gotten one. And that's just a little bit too much. They gambled and lost. Now the site is all for sellers. Nades cancel. Might be able to spot out one. Yes, gets Franco down. Might be finding another one here. But the spenders, they just have to commit the plant, which they will. And with the plant now down, 3-3. Flashes are out. The retake is going to be very interesting. Lots of util here, Llama.
They've got that AWP set up top as well. That adds just another wrinkle to the mix. DNK on a moment on the cusp. 3 players in front of them. The jumping shot. Hedges got the first, and Steve gets another! Never a chance! Never a doubt in map number 3. The sellers are moving on to the grand finals tomorrow.
Wow. And that grand finals is going to be intense. Championship here at the PGCS. It's always down to the Counter-Strike players to really showcase what they're capable of, but we have returning champions here. And if these good boys are going to be able to shut down these big spenders, these big sellers, are they going to be able to do enough? At the end of the day, it's not going to be easy. But, Llama, it's been an honor casting with you. It's been an honor seeing some of this gameplay. And honestly, I'm very excited for tomorrow, as that best of 5 has probably 2 of the best teams that we could have put together for Season 10.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I think the sellers will be a team that fights them. But the question really is, how good and how clean do the LFO good guys play? Because you even go back to Season 9, where they won their last championship. They too owed their way to the championship, but then went to all 5 games. Although they did win, they went to all 5 games. So I want to see if they've improved, if they've gotten cleaner on the overall looks. And again, as we said, they have a ton of footage to look at from today's matches to set themselves up for it all. But, you know, you guys at home, maybe you're like, okay, the grand finals is happening. It's going to be the end of this season tomorrow. That's sad. But we've got a happy ending. We've got a brand new season, Season 11, just around the corner. And Edu, you know what? We decided to take double it and give it to the next person to the next level. We're doubling the prize pool.
Doubling it up, $1,000. We're entering 4 digits on the board for us to give you guys not only the highest level competition in Season 11, but also the highest prize pool we've ever offered. So with that being said, make sure that you guys head on over to our YouTube channel right now for a link to join our signups. And of course, the Twitch as well has it pinned. And if you want to join our community to maybe find a team, if you're not quite sold yet, head on over to Plausible Gaming's Discord to make sure that you are in and ready for next season. But of course, tomorrow is the end of this season. Make sure you guys follow our Twitch, our YouTube, our Twitter, and make sure that you are ready to watch our final best of 5. See you guys there.
That gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your one that gives you your purpose.
Passion to a business, no limit. I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they looking see-through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but